facts to back it up. You don't necessarily have the proof or the documentation to show and prove that this is what you're saying it is. This was a conspiracy, not a theory, an absolute conspiracy. Documented, well publicized, well activated, acted upon, well executed conspiracy between the FDA, NIH, HHS, CDC, the White House, Department of Defense, Department of Education, Department of Agriculture, you name it. It was a well-planned, thought-out conspiracy, and all of those who were involved at the top knew what they were doing. It was a conspiracy. That's a fact, not a theory. Just wanted to make sure we clear that up so people can stop saying conspiracy theory. Conspiracies are real, and that's what this was. You want answers? 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 I want the truth! I want the truth! I want the truth! You want answers? You want answers? You want answers? You can't handle the truth. You want answers? I want the truth. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. The truth. The truth. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. The truth. The truth. The truth. You can't handle the truth. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. All right. Welcome. Dr. Love, I think you are in. Can you hear me?
I'm here. I hear you, Valley Girls.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm testing out this is a new platform which allows you to stream and show visuals. You can do slides and just do more of a presentation style, as well as have a discussion. People are able to join through a link, so I will put that link in the chat in case somebody does want to come in, but just want to let you know that, and you can upload your profile pic if you want to as well, Dr. Love. If you want to do that, you could have your little photo while you're talking as well. But long as you can hear me, that's good. We're just getting started, everybody. If you're just coming in, we have a lot of great things to discuss today. So I just want to welcome Dr. Ariyana Love here. We're doing a Twitter space. We're going to discuss disease X and this Vaxx agenda as it relates to, nanotechnology, biotechnology, graphene. We're going to cover a lot of different topics today, but it's important to first point out that and to go back, because I feel like with so many distractions going on, people are, focusing on either Donald Trump, they're focusing on, Ukraine, they're focusing on all these different things, but it's like people are forgetting about the genocide that we're in our own countries all over the world right now. We cannot allow them to just keep sliding by, without being held accountable, especially with this pandemic treaty rolling back around again. So today is all about, breaking it down. We're going to go back from the beginning, starting, I'm going to share a few clips on just to show you some of the things that they lied about in the beginning regarding how many jabs you need to take, regarding, it's not transmissible, there's no transmission. So all these different things that they pointed out as it relates to them lying, the cover up, the government's involvement, as well as the technology behind it. So that's what this Vaxx agenda entails. It's really getting into the technology, which we might not even be able to cover today. It might have to be a part 2 session, but we'll see how far we can go. And we're just gonna really show how Dr. Ariyana Love has been a truth warrior in this fight against this pandemic since the beginning. Her research, the information she shared regarding the patents, her blog, some of the things that she can share as it relates to just being a naturopathic, holistic health, how it's important to build your immune system naturally, that you don't need to rely on these jabs, these bioweapons, and a lot of these things that they push to keep us as repeat customers, to make a long story short. But before we get into all of that, I did want to go over some news and updates. So, Dr. Love, if you have any updates, that you want to cover, before we get into the meat, feel free to, share those updates as well, before we get down to all the, everything that I brought up. But because there are a lot of things happening in the world. So I definitely wanted to point out a few updates that I came across. One, most people already know about what's going on in Davos right now with the I call it the World Eugenics Forum and the World Homicide Organization. So we know what's going on in Davos, and from what I'm hearing, some of the things that they're talking about is, of course, this disease X, which I'm going to break down because there's a bill that they just passed as it relates to disease X. So I'll read a little bit about that. And I'm also going to, point out a little trail that I even learned from Dr. Love when it comes to following the money, looking at the patents, because this is how you find out who's the real enemy behind some of these things that they're pushing. So, yeah, talking about what's going on. In the Davos right now. So they're threatening that, this disease X will be the next pandemic. They're talking about they're going to create this global police force for anyone who they deem to be talking misinformation. And there was also a note that some information on artificial intelligence as well. So, but let me just take a quick pause. Dr. Lovett, you have something you want to say before I continue with my updates?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, dear. So there is a democide going on in Gaza. Like, this is worldwide with the COVID-19 vaccine holocaust. It's a democide worldwide. Every single government has committed treason against their constituents, just about every government on earth. And then we have a democide happening in Gaza where they're just, increased extermination in numbers. And Dr. Mads Gilbert just did a space with Suleiman Ahmed, a Palestinian journalist, and Khaleesi on X Spaces. And I highlighted that so people can go to my X Space and have a look at that and listen to that. Listen to what, a medical doctor, Dr. Mads Gilbert, he spent 20 years volunteering and going to Gaza. He's a trauma surgeon. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that in. That's the latest update, and then we can move on to the topics that we have to discuss.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. Because I know you've been on the forefront, and a lot of information that's been going on, and you've been sharing a lot of things that's happening in Israel. And it's, everything comes full circle, because even when, you talk about some of these patents and how that's linked to Israel and some of these scientists as well, everything kind of ties into each other when you have the full scope of this pandemic, this whole Luciferian Zionism, that's going on. But let me just point out one thing that another news update that I wanted to state, and that was that, and this came out on the 19th, which is today, and it's talked about that the CDC um, got rid of the information between the jabs and myocarditis. Um, Stating that the Center for Disease Control and Prevention wrote a draft letter to warn local and state health officials about a potential link to COVID-19 vaccines and increase in cases of myocarditis, but then they pulled it before it was published. And let me just correct my language, and it is a bioweapon, not a vaccine, it is a bioweapon. And stated that according to documents obtained by the Epic Times, um, yeah, the connection between the mRNA jabs made by Moderna and Pfizer BioNTech in heart inflammation. The draft was intended for transmission through the Health Alert Network, or HAN, which the CDC uses to disseminate notices to hospitals, doctors, and health agencies throughout the nation. It states that this draft was exposed by an email by Dr. Dimitri uh, to a pair of his senior colleagues at the CDC, Dr. John Brooks and Dr. Henry Walk. And the subject line of the email was myocarditis and mRNA vaccines, jabs, bioweapons. So isn't that interesting? Just wanted to share that on, and it talks about the clinical information and how that they decided not to, or that they are stopping it from publishing that piece of information. And I'll post a link to that article if anybody else wants more information about that. Now, I just want to move on real quick to this bill that they came out with called the HR 3832. It is the Disease X Act of 2023. This is really interesting, and I want everyone to pay attention to this because of who they named in this bill, called this company called BARDA. Okay, it states the bill expands the priorities of the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority. That's what BARDA stands for, Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, to specifically include viral threats that have the potential to cause a pandemic. So, when you think about the language and the wording there, specifically include viral threats that has the potential to cause a pandemic. So who's going to decide, poses this viral threat? Is it going to be that doctor that you go see that tells you that, asks you why you didn't take the jab, and then puts one of those IC3 codes on your account, on your medical paperwork stating that you refuse to take it? So I thought that was really interesting. So please, guys, pay attention to that. And Dr. Love, I do want you to comment on this after I read this description, because you may even be able to add something to this as well. And then it states, in particular, this bill expands the scope of innovation grants and contracts that may be awarded by BARDA to specifically include those that support research and development of certain manufacturing technology for medical countermeasures against viruses, including respiratory viruses with pandemic potential. Again, they're just coming up with stuff, pandemic potential. So they're setting the tone, they're setting the stage of whatever they decide is a pandemic. This is what they're doing with these bills. So the pandemic treaty, this HR 3832 bill, as well as that PrEP Act bill that Joe Biden just published January 2024. And that bill doesn't end to January 2028. So, looks like maybe they got 4 years to release whatever disease X may be. So, but let me just read this last sentence. It says it also expands BARDA's authorized strategic initiatives to include advanced research development, procurement of countermeasures and products to address viruses with pandemic potential. Um, did you want to make a comment, Dr. Love, about that?
Sure. So I'm here. I'm having trouble getting my phone to charge. Like, I'm concerned that I I'm having an issue with this phone, and it happened just right before the broadcast, and it's just not charging. I don't even know how much time I even am going to have with this. My goodness.
Well, do
Darn.
you have your phone plugged up in the wall?
Well, it's just not working. It's not charging, or yeah, it's not charging. So I think it's the cord, and it just happened. Oh,
And
there
do
we
you?
go. I plugged it into a different outlet. So okay. So it's
Okay.
like, yeah. Anyway, okay. So I'm just going to keep it plugged in, and all right. So let's
And
comment
the
on.
good thing is, and the good thing is too, you can always the link that you use to get in here, you can always put that on a like a laptop, iPad. Like I'm literally we're talking on this stream platform, but I'm still watching on Twitter Spaces. I can see the stream live happening on Twitter Spaces on my phone. So, but I'm talking to you through this platform on my laptop. So yeah, I kind of got multiple devices going on. But yeah, did you have a comment about this barter company? Before I point out a few links when you follow the money, who is some of the supporters and investors? Before I get into all that, did you want to make a comment about this barter act bill that was just passed, or the PrEP Act, or anything of that, on how they use the terminology to include viral threats that have the potential to cause a pandemic?
Well, um, I don't believe they're in viruses. Straight up, Dr. Sam Bailey has debunked them. There's never been a virus isolated in the history of medicine. What the Rockefellers did when they founded the Rockefeller Institute of Medicine in 1908, which is allopathy, is they started to cancel natural medicines and the knowledge of the immune system, the knowledge of how to detox parasites, basically our traditional medicine. And so when they use this language that they're going to put a bill in and they're going to put money in to rise to a pandemic that hasn't happened, but it's supposed to happen because they say so, no science to back it, no actual deaths, maybe a few people, no more than the flu, and here we go again in the squirrel wheel. Like, people have to think, okay, COVID itself, when you catch COVID, whatever that is, whatever you want to believe it is, it didn't kill more people than the flu. So we need to get off this merry-go-round and just don't participate anymore, and understand that language is being used as black magic. So if you believe in a boogie virus that can't be isolated, you're not going to be looking at the fact that this is gain and loss of function bioweaponry, are you? You're going to be scared of a boogie virus. What they're doing is they have unleashed aerosolized bioweapons with nanoparticles. It is a weapon system. It is aerosolized. That means you're inhaling it. And there's quite a few methods of deployment, and the evidence is everywhere. And this is what I've been investigating and documenting the last 4 years. But I don't play their games. I'm not in virus land. I've actually lived outside of virus land my entire life. I've been in the terrain. I've been in the terrain, and you can't really heal the body unless you apply terrain. Not the germ. The germ is the allopathic eugenics program that came from the Rockefellers. These families are eugenicists. They're supremacists. They believe in killing the majority of humanity. And isn't that what we're in right now? So now they want more money to do what? To kill us with. So, disengage from the fear because they're just using word magic, word sorcery. And in the reality is that viruses are parasites. So, just like in 1918 with the Spanish flu democide, they have injected the world population with genetically modified parasites that are, all over the patents, that have been, found under the dark field microscope by multiple people. Dr. Robert Young is one of them. And so, if you look at the old definition of Britannica of a virus, okay, the old definition is viruses, a quote, viruses are parasites. Full stop. Period. Viruses are parasites. They just used word magic on humanity. And the medical doctors who are still talking about viruses, they're liars. Or they're just really, really brainwashed. And they need to snap out of it because, doctors do have a lot of clout, they have a lot of influence. And, to use that influence wrong, or to line your pockets during, a big catastrophe like this, a big democide like this, is very unethical. And to inject these poisons into people when we have the patents that clearly demonstrate that they're not even using viruses. They're using gain and loss of function, and they're using parasites, and they're using bacteria, and they're using graphene oxide based nanotechnology, quantum dots, and other delayed release, timed released capsules that contain weapon systems. This is what's happening. So their language, I just don't, it's just nonsense. There's a pandemic that hasn't, we're not even in one. Okay. Like the statistics are completely contrary to what they are claiming. So we shouldn't give them any money. That's the point. We got to stop this. I want to get off this Ferris wheel. I don't want to be on it anymore. But we
You
need
know,
enough people.
you
Yeah.
know, a few things that you said. You pointed out one huge thing, and this is definitely what they rely on, and that's the fear, false evidence appearing real. They just coming out with any and everything to convince people that you need to inject yourself with something based on what they're promoting. So not only are they bringing the problem, introducing the problem, then they want to turn around and provide the solution. So the fear, false evidence appearing real. And that's the reason why I kind of wanted to go back a little bit to show people, some of the things that they lied about, because, when you start to connect these dots, if it's not making sense, then it's literally something wrong with you. I mean, because this is critical thinking. This is game theory. This is a war, and you need to understand the enemy that we're dealing with. And another thing that you pointed out on the viruses being parasites, I definitely agree with that. But some people, they still have a hard time understanding that. So hopefully through some of the things we're going to talk about today, some of the information we're going to share, all the great work you've done on your website and everything that you have, that people are going to understand that what you mean when you say viruses are parasites. Just like, cancer is parasites as well. I've heard Dr. Lee Merritt talk about that. I heard Dr. Robert Young talk about that. So yeah, there is a lot of research and information that backs that up. And hopefully, moving forward as we continue, we'll, bring on some of those people. I've interviewed Dr. Lee Merritt a few times. I haven't interviewed Dr. Robert Young yet, but we'll get him on at some point, because we definitely have, slides. We have different images that shows exactly what's happening in the body, what this nanotechnology looks like, what this graphene and this hydrogel, everything Dr. Love just pointed out, what that looks like in the body. And maybe we'll even show a few slides of that today as well. And one last other thing that you pointed out was that outside of the fear and outside of the virus being a parasite, was that we have to really get off the Ferris wheel and this circus of bullshit and hold these people accountable. My thing is, yes, we know that they're pushing this fear, just like they're coming out with this disease X, just like they did with monkeypox. And I'm sure at some point, even if they show you someone on mainstream media bleeding out their eyeballs, I encourage you, do not take those jabs. Do not comply with whatever they are pushing. And let me just point out one thing about this BARDA company, because it just amazes me how, I know these companies just don't come out of nowhere, but when you look up this BARDA company, it's really interesting because it says they have an annual budget of $1.6 billion. Then it says on their website that they have been awarded 35 awards. They have new partners. They have executed 722 contracts, 13 new companies, invested in 7 new venture partners. Then they also have 217 tech watch stakeholders, products, technologies, and capabilities. I mean, it just really just blows my mind. Then it states that they received $500 million in October of 2023. Then they were awarded $1.5 billion in August for their Project Next Gen company, which is some other type of venture partnership that they're in. And then when you start to really get a little bit deeper, they even have some partnerships with something called the Rapid Response Partnership Vehicle, biopharmaceutical manufacturing. They also have a partnership with Easy Broad Agency. Then if I begin to scroll down, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. All these different things that they're working on, they can come up with all this money to fund all this gain of function, everything to keep people a slave, a digital slave, a medical slave. They also have a partnership with something called Immune Chip. Okay. And let me just name off these other few partnerships because I'm just, when you follow the money, this is how you find out who is invested in who. And this is a monopoly. They're all in it together. How can you be the same people that's making the rules for the medical industry? Then you're making the equipment, making the testing, making the jab, and everything that it entails. And then now they're creating laws that give these corporations, these NGOs, immunity, because the PrEP Act gives them immunity. Okay. So their other partnerships is CarbX, Blue Knight, and BARDA Ventures. And then when you look into go a little bit deeper into who is BARDA Ventures, then that's where you will see that their primary investors is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And it even states on their website, which is another one of their companies, the Global Health Investment Corporation, which is another affiliate of BARDA Ventures, which is another affiliate of BARDA. Okay, so connecting the dots here. And it states on their own website, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation mission is to create a world. But let me just scoop up. It says the foundation sponsored the establishment of GHIC and the launch of its inaugural Global Health Investment Fund. So it's telling you right there that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation sponsored this Global Health Investment Corporation, which is BARDA. So it's like, you just can't make this stuff up. They just have their freaking hands in it. This is why we need to know exactly what the enemy is doing. This is why we need to make sure we always following the money and we're reading these patents. So I just want to break that down. I broke down the PrEP Act as it relates to this barter company, because this barter company is listed under the new bill that came out, HR 382, which is the Disease X Act of 2023. So I'm just going to take a quick break there. I think we might have lost Dr. Love. Let me see.
Can you hear me?
Dr. Love, are you back?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Had to come back in.
All right. So yeah, I just kind of just went through a little follow the money breakdown there. Did you have a comment before I move forward?
No, that's good. I heard it all. Yeah, I was documenting. Bill Gates has and Melinda Gates. They have their hands all over this. There are many. They're all eugenicists. I mean,
Exactly.
money, you find that it's the same old as it's always been. You know, it's not the first democide we're living through. 1918 was a democide too. It was a playbook, classic playbook like it is today, where they put people in masks, injected every, and then it spread through the population. First US military troops, and then they went home and it spread to their families and friends. And what's spreading? What did they inject them with? Parasites and bacteria. Not viruses, parasites and bacteria. So if you understand this, you understand the root cause of disease and you know how to treat it and you know how to fix it. So it's like, you know, that's what I'm all about. I'm about the truth. I'm here, for, you know,
You know what, Dr. Love, before I, because I'm gonna play a clip, just a quick clip with Dr. Martin addressing this disease X before we move forward. But can you comment on, and maybe we might even have to answer this question again once more people get in here, but because I heard you mention this earlier about these doctors. Okay, can you, if if I ask you a question, what is it that these medical doctors are missing out? Because I want to address some things that some of the attacks that you told me about as it relates to them stating naturopathic isn't real medicine. Can you
right.
just break down the difference between a Rockefeller medicine doctor and what they're missing in this pandemic, and how some of the things that they can't fully understand, as well as the differences between someone who has this type of medical decree compared to someone who's a naturopathic or holistic doctor? Could
Right.
you answer that?
So these are two different types of medicine, but they should be, at one point in time they were under the same roof. And so before allopathy, which is what medical doctors study and what they practice, it's the germ theory. Okay, I'm in the terrain reality. Okay, so it's different. I respect medical doctors, don't get me wrong. I work with them. Okay, and I work closer with medical doctors who use natural medicines, because at a certain point in time, if you do enough research and you ask enough questions, you're going to break through to the other side and you're going to realize you've been lied to. Now, this is not to compare, like, okay, a surgeon is something different. And when you're in a war zone, for example, and you got like a Dr. Mads Gilbert going there, that's a whole different situation, which I'm not qualified for. I'm not trained to do any invasive therapies. I use natural medicines to heal the body. There's nothing illegal about that. And I was doing this before there were licenses. I was studying with my father before there was any education or license that you could get in the field. So my father is a pioneer. So I'm second generation natural healer. I use naturopathy, I use homeopathy, and I use nutrition to heal the body. Now, I'm a minister as well. I'm a ministerial doctor and have an international foundation. And they look at me and they laugh and they say, "You're not a real doctor." And then at that point, they don't want to hear anything else that I have to say. I'm not a journalist of 14 years either. I'm not a second generation healer. I don't know anything about the root cause of disease. I'm not really treating parasites, and you're the real doctor. And so it gets into this, and I get canceled because it's a tradition that the allopathic system has of cancel culture. And they bloody need to stop this, because I have been detoxing people from the COVID-19 vaccines and parasites and bacteria and graphene oxide nanoparticles and the spike protein and the synthetic venoms and all of it for 3 years successfully. And the medical doctors are too arrogant most of the time to listen to me or to come to me. They'll use me, but they don't want to cooperate. So, I mean, I'm going through this shit constantly, and I hate it, but it is what it is. And it's like, I care about people, about humanity. I mean, this is a very serious situation where they're altering the genome of humans. We have the data. You know, Dr. Peter McCullough has reported on this. But all of the solutions of the allopathic system have failed. And they are not equipped to deal with this biological and technological attack of cyber hacking the human genome. They're not. Nobody's qualified for this. Not myself, not anybody. But apparently I was qualified because of my upbringing, because I did it. I figured it out. And the people who are truly qualified did it in the beginning. And I have been, you know, I've been attacked. I've been physically assaulted. I've been poisoned. I've been canceled more times than I can even remember anymore. And I've been attacked by my peers and defamation used publicly and privately. They will stop at nothing to stop me and silence my voice, because I have proven that nature has the cure, that nature's medicines are superior to pharmaceuticals. And this is what they've been trying to cancel all along. So before 1908, when the Rockefeller eugenicists founded the allopathic system of medicine through the Rockefeller Institute of Medicine, at that point in time, all doctors of every kind were under the same roof. There were huge, massive cathedrals that that got tore down, and you know, you can still find these photographs online. But homeopathy has a history in the United States. It's not just taking the essence of something and breaking it down until you have just the minute essence of it. That's not homeopathy. Homeopathy is hardcore medicine and healing. It's the treating of parasites. It's the diagnosing of the root cause of disease and alleviating it for the person. Pharma, the allopathic, the Rockefellers wanted to cancel this out, and they created a system of medicine that is brand spanking new. It is not traditional medicine. 1908, what was about 100 years ago. And before that, we had traditional ancient methods of healing that were used worldwide that have been canceled. And now the only so-called real true doctors are medical doctors trained in allopathy, trained to tell you that cancer is incurable, trained to administer chemotherapy and radiation and tell you that's the only treatment. It is criminal what is going on. When you look at the statistics, 98% of surgeries are avoidable. They're not even necessary. It's a big chink money-making machine. That's not to say that all doctors are bad. However, the medical doctors, most of them are corrupt. And yet people walk around and treat them like they're gods. And I don't know how we got to this point. My whole life, I lived outside of that system. I understood the terrain. I understood what causes disease. And it wasn't rocket science to me. And when I talk to medical doctors that have been in their field for 40 years, they can't tell you the root cause of disease. Why is that? Because it's canceled out of our institutions. But yet it's not entirely canceled. And if you look at what was in the pharmacy 100 years ago, these are the medicines they don't want you using. They don't want you using the pine tree. They don't want you using cannabis. They don't want you using, castor oils and essential oils, because they're so effective. You have to know how. And then they black PR it and smear it and make people so afraid. Oh, it's so dangerous. You could hurt yourself. Well, you can also heal. And you can also kill all the parasites in your body the quickest and the most effectively while regenerating cells. Because these superfoods have super nutrients, and that makes them super medicines. And if you know how to apply them to the body and you know the right combination, you can eradicate the root cause of disease. But you can't do that without diagnosing parasites and treating parasites, because that's like 99% or more of the root cause of disease. Sometimes it's bacteria. Nowadays, it's bacteria too, because they are injecting toxic, gain of function bacteria into the human being through the COVID-19 vaccines. The antigen on the COVID-19 vaccines is anthrax, an enhanced version by the NIH, the Israeli state, and China. That's the antigen. So, under the name of science and allopathy, people are injecting something into their body, calling it a vaccine, under the old, the vaccinology terminology, when it is nothing like a vaccine. How can you justify a gain of function bioweapon called anthrax that was bad enough as it was in its original form, but has been enhanced to be more lethal and replicate in the body? How can you justify calling that an antigen and then calling this medicine? Like, get out of here. This is poisoning, straight up poisoning. And nobody's using this language. Nobody wants me to speak about it. Don't inconvenience people. It's too scary, too overwhelming. Well, for heaven's sakes, how are you going to heal if you can't? You have to be brave when it comes to healing. You have to want it. If you're going to be lazy and you think you can go and take an EDTA capsule that has Pfizer biosensor in it that can track and trace your internal biometrics and deliver it through the cloud to the patent holders, and you think you're free? You think that's medicine? You're an idiot. You're a fool to trust the government. And people don't want to admit that they made a mistake. They want to silence me instead. They want to cancel me because it's inconvenient, because they took the swab or they took the jab. But when people are sick, they're ready to listen. They're ready to do whatever it takes to get this stuff out of the body. And it's not easy. I've made it easy for people. I've made it comfortable. I just talked to a client a couple of nights ago, and she'll come on the spaces eventually. But she has, she gave me her testimonial. She had a rash for 5 years that she couldn't get rid of. And I created a protocol just for her after a consultation. And within 2 weeks, the rash was completely gone. Couple months later, it has not returned. 3 months later now. And it hasn't returned. So how do I know how to do these things? Because I'm applying the terrain. It's not rocket science, but it's been canceled. People have to understand this. True, authentic, we are nature. And to work against the immune system is foolishness. And I'm going to give an example. So like the COVID-19 technology has anthrax. That's poisoning, right? It's got a slew of poisons. You inject it into the body. What happens? The person is poisoned. But we're not allowed to use that language. We're not allowed to talk about that. No, you're not poisoned. However, your extremities are completely purple and your blood is coagulated and your face is pale white. No, but you're not poisoned. No, go get a pill. That's how we treat it. The hospitals are not equipped to deal with this technology. It goes under the radar of all of their instruments. You have to have a spectroscopy microscope to see nanotechnology. But the delayed release, you can see it in the blood. And we see it all the time. Dr. Robert Young is publishing on it. So it's real, when the blood doesn't lie. And gosh, I get so upset.
You know what, that Dr. Love, you
Mhm.
just hit the needle on what they call it, the needle on the haystack. The blood doesn't lie. That's one thing that no matter what I say, no matter what you say, the blood doesn't lie. Anyone can get their blood checked. And I'm gonna give it a perfect example. I bought a microscope, and I don't have one of those high tech microscopes that Dr. Robert Young is using, and the Columba and all these different people that have found all these different things in the vials and in the and seeing the blood clots. But what I can see just with a $500 microscope, I was able to take one of my relatives' blood and put it under the slide, under the microscope, and I could see the coagulation. I've looked at pictures of what normal blood is supposed to look like, and then I compared those images to what those blood cells started to look like, and the blood doesn't lie. So um people, you can, there are things that you can do, to see what's going on in your body, to take care of yourself by taking your power back. And that, to take your power back, includes you know being responsible for your health, growing your own food, paying attention to the food that you eat and reading those labels and understanding what's contaminated, poison, and toxic for the body. Just as Dr. Love stated, we are of this earth. We are electromagnetic. Everything we need, this earth provides us with. So when she talks about, this holistic medicine and, taking back your power by just being able to create an herb or a tincture that you can, boost your immune system naturally, that you can heal different parts of your body, even as it relates to frequencies and learning how to use frequencies and all those different things. But I'm not just throwing this stuff out of here. Anything that I talk about, I'm speaking from example or something that I'm personally doing. And what I'm personally doing is eating some of those superfoods that she mentioned. I got my bladderwrack, I got my turmeric, my burdock root, my soursop, jackfruit, beets. These are just some of the things that I'm not only growing, but I'm either juicing them, either I'm adding them into my food, or either it's, some type of supplement. I'm getting it in my body, all the way down to the sea moss and everything. So, and the black seed oil. So these are things that I feel like is important. This is what helps us take our power back from Rockefeller medicine, from always running to the doctor that all they want to do is keep you as a patient. They want you to be a continue. There's no money in healing you. So it's important for you to know how you can treat yourself and do things for yourself. So I just wanted to point that out there. But go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. You have something else you want to say?
Oh, you didn't cut me off. No, I mean that's exactly the point. The blood doesn't lie. Like if people want to challenge me, you're not a real doctor because I'm not an MD or a PhD. So that means a naturopathic doctor is not a real doctor. A homeopathic doctor is not a real doctor, and a minister is cannot be a real doctor. And you get canceled, and that's it. And
Well,
that's
you
what I.
know what that goes back to, Dr. Love. That goes back to that, what they used to call them back in the days. Um, you're a pagan, or and I feel like they've rebranded that word from back in Roman times. You were a pagan if you use certain anything that was going against the narrative. They had a word for it. So that's
Oh,
why even now when I hear people say the word pagan, I question them and be like, where did you get that word from? Did that come out of Rome? We even have to think about some of the words that they've programmed us to use, which attacks people that go against the narrative, just like they're calling us conspiracy theorists or misinformation. That's a rebranding of the word pagan to me. But go ahead.
yeah, I mean, in the past, if you could take away pain during childbirth, it was heresy, and they you burned you at the stake. You were a witch. So
Yeah.
what I would, if I was in a different time, I would be called a witch. But I'm still being burned alive at the stake. Like people are ruthless, and it's also a way though that like I see it's a litmus test for the public. I'm sorry if they treat me poorly. I'm doing something nobody in the world can do. I'm the only doctor in the world who can do online consultations and diagnose, through a consultation. I mean, it's so clear to me what's going on because I read all the patents, and then I've been working with people for 3 years. So I've gotten very fast and very good at what I'm doing. And I really listen to people, and I know things before, they tell me. And it's like, my I'm just doing it intuitively. And yet I'm also skilled and trained, but it's also intuitive, and it's a gift. And I think maybe there's a jealousy factor that others have, and a threat where, oh, if I can heal a person and reverse their autoimmunity or reverse the cancer in a couple of months or less. I have had people whose autoimmunity that they had for like 13 years. I have a colleague in Finland and in Young Living. She was using the essential oils, and she basically healed herself basically detoxed herself halfway using the essential oils, but it wasn't enough. So when I gave her the salt components, the salt isolates and derivatives, she was able to detox the rest. And within 2 months, her autoimmunity was completely reversed, and she's playing basketball with her children instead of laying in bed in pain. And she had taken the swine flu vaccine, so she got poisoned from that. And 13 years later, it was still torturing her life and her health. And so, she will give her testimonial. And, but these are the kinds of things, I mean, it's obviously threatening to hear that. And I think honestly that a lot of the medical doctors, they don't believe it. They think it's impossible. So, when I get a camera and I can start taking photographs of the live blood analysis that I'm doing for people, then I can prove everything scientifically. But until that time, I'm going to be canceled ruthlessly, because that's what people do. That's where people are at. And I'm like, fine, if you took the vaccine, well then, okay, karma's going to be a bitch for you. I'll still help you when you're injured, you know, if you apologize to me, like, I'm a very forgiving person, and anybody who comes to me, I can't really, I do select my clients, like, if I sense, but for the most part, I've helped everybody who's come to me. And everybody has given me feedback that my protocol works, because it does work. It's nature, and it's old homeopathic medicine. It's canceled knowledge. Okay, it's our roots, for heaven's sakes. Allopathic medicine is brand spanking new, and the statistics prove that it is filled with, it doesn't work. It doesn't bloody work. Yet the medical doctors are heralded like gods, and if they want to cancel me, they have a lot of influence, and so on and so forth. And so they do this to me. And it's instead of working with me to help their patients. Like, why are they like that? And a lot of them are very arrogant. They don't share their platform for independent voices like myself, grassroots, second generation natural healer. Like, I don't have anything to offer here. I've been detoxing people for 3 years. My testimonials, client testimonials, are all over my Telegram channel that I just got, canceled from. I literally got, locked out of my own Telegram channel, and somebody hacked my website. So these are the things they do to me, so that all that is left is the smear, is the you're not a real doctor smear. So it doesn't matter that I have a license and that I'm legal and legit, and I'm operating under an international foundation that's also legal and legit and verifiable. It doesn't matter that Stu Peters and his production crew have already done a thorough screening of me. No, people still attack. They'll find ways, they'll find anything, and they manipulate. It's the government agents inside of movements that do this, and they manipulate the general public and try to make you look like canceled or whatever. I'm telling you, I've been on X Spaces for a month, and nobody but one host has the courage to let me speak, to let me co-host, to let me have the floor. I get interrupted in every single space, so I stopped going into them. I'm like, we're going to do it ourselves. The people have a right to know that they have a choice. A lot of people don't trust pharma anymore. A lot of people do not trust medical doctors. They do not trust the allopathic system. They know that germ is a lie, that the germ theory, that the virus theory,
You know
because
what, Dr. Love, and I find that interesting because, you know, when you think about it, you know, uh, someone like you that has a lot of good information, you've read the patents, you understand how this is mixed in with the technology, and in the fact that no one wants to embrace you, to see what you're working on, to build with you, to partner with you, you know, it's very concerning because when you look at Twitter Spaces, you know, you got the Malones and all these other people. They got hundreds of thousands of followers. You know, they go uninterrupted. They just, you know, people flock in there. You know, they're selling their supplements. So, you know, I know it can't be because, you know, you're offering a way to help people, you know, because all of them are selling all types of, you know, supplements to classes to now some of them you can't even follow their Twitter Space or Substack unless you pay. It just really amazes me because for me, if you know if you really care about humanity, information should be free. I mean, but you should definitely get paid from, you know, helping and providing, you know, the work that you do. But it's just, you know, that's just really really concerning, and it makes you want to, you know, question like, you know, are these people here to do the right thing? Are they controlled opposition? What's going on? Because yeah, I mean, what is stopping people from trying something that's natural? Well, you know, that doesn't make any sense. And the fact that you don't even have that voice to share and get out there, and when you do, you know, here comes the attack. So, you know, it definitely lets me know you must be doing something right because the ones that get attacked the most are usually the ones that's closer to telling the truth than anybody else. Um, so yeah, I
right.
just really,
And I have testimonials. I have my colleague in Finland who her autoimmunity is gone. It's been over a year. It's reversed totally. She has her health back. She has her life back. And so I'm not a liar. I'm not a fraud. I mean, but the truth is it's dangerous for people to speak out, and people need to understand this. That like they see my clients see how I'm targeted, and they don't. Most of the time, most people don't want to speak out. They really don't. So I have to. It's challenging. I'm trying to get my clients. I'm reaching out to them, and I'm asking them to come into X spaces so that they will be there live. Speak. They can do it from an anonymous account. It doesn't have to be their real name. And then people hear a live person and they can't accuse me of lying. But I have been a journalist for 14 years. I have a long-standing reputation for telling the truth. I'm known by international human rights bodies, the UN Human Rights Council. I mean, all of them, all of them. And because of my reporting, and I got canceled and taken down offline. I mean, like 7 years of my work and my online database just gone. But you can find my work on the Wayback Machine. So I'm not a liar. It's just that uh I don't
you know
even.
what? And I'm glad you brought that up, Dr. Love, about the Wayback Machine. And I'm going to encourage everybody to, if you don't know what that is, you know, write that down, lock that in, and try to save and download as much information as you can to your own personal hard drive because they are erasing information. You know, even when I was trying to just find some of your interviews, Dr. Love, so I can play today. Some of them, like the links that I had saved in my notes, because you know I've interviewed you multiple times. Some of the links that I had saved in my notes, the websites wouldn't open anymore, or it says, you know, It doesn't exist. So I had to go into either the Wayback Machine or I had to
Wow.
scroll through Telegram. And thank God that you have some of those interviews you did with Stu Peters on your blog, that you must have hard drive uploaded those, because those are still working. So just wanted to let people know that any real evidence, you want to download it, save it, because this is what they do. They rewrite history. That's why it's history, his story. And as they keep trucking along, according to them, this COVID-19 is the best thing smoking. It saved hundreds of millions of lives. I mean, everything in media has that same little sentence. It saved hundreds and millions of lives. So this is the history that they want to tell, and they almost got away with it with them sealing the documents for 50 years until the FOIA request made them have to release. Pfizer had to release those documents, but they
Mhm.
wanted to hold that back for 50. Well, I think it was 50 or 75 years. When
70
of course
years.
we'll all be dead by that time, and nobody will be able to tell the story. So
Right.
yeah, thanks for bringing that up about the Wayback Machine. And I'm gonna play your interview clip, but I want to build up to it. First, I want to play a quick clip on how they changed the definition of the vaccine. Okay. Yeah, just so people can hear for yourself how they started off with just with these lies, to cover up and create the cover up of this pandemic, because it's not a pandemic. It's definitely a freaking pandemic in my book, if you ask me. But yeah, that's is something
Yeah.
else. Okay, but let me just play this quick clip, and then we will keep going.
Another definition worth checking is vaccine. Next slide, please. I am one of the academics that argues that these mRNA products, which everybody calls vaccines, are qualitatively different than standard vaccines. And so I found it fascinating to learn that Merriam-Webster changed its definition of vaccine early this year. mRNA products did not meet the definition of vaccine that has been in place for 15 years at Merriam-Webster, but the definition was expanded such that mRNA products are now vaccines. I highlight this to ask a question. How would you feel about mandating COVID vaccines if we didn't call them vaccines? What if these injections were called drugs instead? So here's the scenario. We have this drug, and we have evidence that it doesn't prevent infection, nor does it stop viral transmission. But the drug is understood to reduce your risk of becoming very sick and dying of COVID. Would you take a dose of this drug every 6 months or so for possibly the rest of your life, if that's what it took for the drug to stay effective? Would you not just take this drug yourself, but support regulations mandating that everybody else around you take this drug? Or would you say, hold on a sec. Maybe you'd say that if that's all the drug does, why not use a normal medicine instead? The kind we take when we're sick and want to get better. And why would you mandate it? The point is, just because we call it a vaccine doesn't mean we should assume these new products are just like all other childhood vaccines which get mandated. Each product is a different product. And if people are okay with mandating something simply because it's a vaccine and we mandate other vaccines, so why shouldn't we mandate this? I think it's time to inject some critical thinking into that conversation. And that is what I hope we're doing today. Thank you.
All right, so that pretty much ends that clip. The reason why I just even really wanted to play that was because of him pointing out how they changed the definition of the vaccine. Because I mean, even when you think about all the childhood vaccines, I mean, that was some of what everybody was saying. Their mentality, let's say, back when we go back to when all of this happened, their mentality was, oh well, I these are the same vaccines that I got when I was a child. Like, people didn't even understand the difference, that this mRNA was the first time that it was even used on humans, to my knowledge. I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Love, but but people were thinking this was the same thing, which made it like, oh, like this no-brainer that they should just take these bioweapons. So I just wanted to, point that out. And from all the research that I know right now, even the childhood jabs are toxic. So, and I think that was Dr. Judy Mikovich that said that all vaccines are toxic. So when you really do the research, but that's a whole nother show and topic. Right now, I'm just kind of focused on the COVID right now. But yeah, so that was the purpose of that clip. Did you want to make any comments, Dr. Love?
Sure. Okay, so yeah, they had to change the definition to include an mRNA as vaccine ingredient. So, first of all, none of the animals. There were 5 animal trials with this mRNA technology, and none of them survived. They were okay right away in the beginning, and then they all died. So I knew about that in 2019 and in the beginning of 2020, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? If this mRNA technology did not pass the animal trials, why are we using it in humans? And the only way that they could get it approved is through emergency use authorization. And so this is why they had to stage a pandemic by disappearing the flu and swapping them out for COVID numbers. And then once they started, COVID deaths, and then once they started injecting people with these not vaccines, then people, then it's aerosolized and it starts spreading and it creates all kinds of problems. So look, mRNA, messenger RNA, is a gene therapy, okay? And that is not approved for use in humans. Never was it, because the animals didn't fare well, okay? And we have a rule in science and medicine that you don't use a substance on humans if the animals die. Okay, if they get really sick or if they die, you can't approve them for use in humans. But it got bypassed anyway. And now it's not even messenger RNA, it's modified RNA. They're synthetic proteins that are going into the genome. And we know that from the Swedish study. So it's even worse. It's mass produced, and they can target certain cell groups, and they are deleting genetic codes. You have to delete the genome before you can encode the spike protein, which is poison, a synthetic poison, a synthetic protein that they are encoding certain targeted cell groups to replicate with that. And that is where you get the shedding, where it becomes aerosolized. It's part of this weapon system. And they change things up. They stagger the numbers. I personally can't believe that anybody's still denying that people are dying from these jabs, but there are people. It's mind-boggling. But yeah, I mean, mRNA was not approved, so modified RNA is not approved either. But they're trying to change the definition of a vaccine and to include their poisons.
Thank you so much for adding into that. Yeah, so the reason why you stated that they changed it was because of the mRNA piece. Thanks for pointing that out. And regarding the complementary DNA, and it's so crazy. That's another document that kind of went missing, was that U.S. Supreme Court document that says you're patentable if any changes have been made to your DNA. I had a few links to that document, and that is also missing. Using the Wayback, I was able to find it one more time, but it was only like a screenshot. At first, it was like the entire document linked to the court information. So that's pretty interesting. I don't know if you still have that document or not, but you do know what I'm talking about, where they stated, if any, that you could be owned and patented by the pharmaceutical company.
Yeah, I wrote about it. I documented it. It's on my website, ambassadorlove.blog website. It's a few articles down. And yeah, I mean, they've found a way to, genetically modify humans. So when they take their synthetic, spike protein and they encode it into the genome, they have to first take out certain genetic codes, which can be catastrophic. Okay. Because when you do these kinds of things, there's always mutations. It's always unpredictable. It's an experiment. And then they encode. So basically what pharma has done is they've found a way to, instead of giving you a pill to take it, they can then just code, you know, um, program your cell to produce that synthetic drug, whatever they want. And it goes even more advanced than that, but I don't want to lose people. So it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, we're gonna ramp up to that. Don't
yeah,
get them yet, because I got some clips of yours that's gonna, once I play that, that's going to trigger so much information and research you've done. Because I know sometimes when we've done, looked into so many things, it's hard to break it everything down all at once. But we're definitely going to build up to that. And when I play some of your clips, it's just going to bring back everything and then point it out to your blog. I mean, just the work you've done, the research, and how all that ties in. You can not only hear Dr. Love break it down verbally, you will be able to look it up visually and see it for yourself, as well as audio. So we're covering all grounds when it comes to learning today, and trying to educate people on how this happened, why this happening, and what they're trying to do as it relates to the agenda. And I believe one of the main reasons why some of these doctors are scared of you is the nanotechnology part of it. They don't understand the nanotech. They don't understand the internet of bodies and how all this self-assembling is going on. I mean, and it's when you watch some of these scientists, like these TEDx, these research and scientist shows, that's all they talk about. And they just love doing this type of wicked research, going down these rabbit holes to destroy everything that God created, or to invert it, because we are not here from the Big Bang Theory. That's another lie. Okay. So, it just really pisses me off sometimes, because I watch these science shows just so I can know, what are they doing? What are they working on? And when you just look at most of them, they all just look so soulless. And, like they just don't have empathy. That's why I honestly think we're dealing with some demonic beings. I don't know if they're reptilians or whatever, like people like to say, but these are some demonic, soulless beings, if you ask me. And a lot of these scientists, I found that most of them don't believe in God. um it's like that's like one of their common factors, or they're like some type of atheist. So maybe that has something to do with why they get into this type of research, and want to create and experiment with all those things, especially when you think about CERN and cracking open atoms and opening portals and all of this craziness. So I just think that's just really, really interesting there. What are your thoughts, about them being atheists or believing in God? And what do you think about that?
100%. I mean, they're believing in lies in the first get that far, you've got some reckoning to do, because a medical doctor that's been using, monoclonal antibodies or anything with recombinant proteins, patented pharmaceutical drugs, any of it, they're harming people, and they have to come to terms with that sooner or later, because the lies are all coming to the surface, and so they're desperately trying to hold on to that world that's crumbling down around them. I mean, they don't even want doctors going forward in the future. They just want obedient, robots and stuff, who will just, give the injections and not think that, oh, well, I'm not giving this person informed consent. I'm committing a war crime here. The medical doctors aren't thinking like that. They're just going along with the experiments. Most of them.
And
Some
can you break that down a little bit more, that monoclonal antibodies? because I do see a lot of doctors talking about that. Just for anyone that's listening or anyone that's gonna go back and hear this, could you, provide a little understanding of what that is and why that's good or bad?
Okay, so I read the patents, the monoclonal antibody patents. Now let me just say that the experts, the medical doctors, they can't read patents. They don't speak that language. They're not trained for it. They're not qualified. The only reason I am is because I'm a journalist. I was able to teach myself, but if I didn't have journalism skills, I never would have been able to. So, but nobody wants to take the time to do that. So I did it because I knew I had to alert them. I was curious and just reading, the patents, and I just knew that I had to alert. But it's like, I forgot your question. I'm sorry, I was distracted. Could you repeat?
Oh no, just if you could just, real quick break before I play the next clip. Because the next clip is gonna be, I really want people to, and you'll be able to get you some water and get ready, and sit back on this. This was gonna be like 6 minutes. But it's the clip of Kerry Mullis, as he talks about Dr. Fauci, and the PCR test, because I want people for that who've missed it, why they were able to make people believe that all these people were dropping dead from this quote unquote virus based off of this fake PCR test, and why those numbers were not accurate. So, but my question was, if you could just break down, why is monoclonal antibodies a good or bad thing for people, and why they, should steer clear of it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we were on monoclonal antibodies. That's right. Okay, so I read all the patents to the monoclonal antibodies. There's like over maybe 2 or 3, or maybe even more, 200 or 300 now, but there might be more now. And I read a few dozen, and then it was all the same thing: recombinant proteins, recombinant proteins. Our bodies 100% of the time reject recombinant proteins. It's still the modified RNA. It's the COVID jab. It even says in some patents that it's the mRNA vaccine. It's the same technology. So I, sounded the alarm and alerted people. And, but the medical doctors, they're still using them. They switch to other kinds that aren't as toxic, but still are, and still are genetically modifying the cells. I mean, and I don't understand why the medical doctors don't understand this. Maybe it's because they can't read patents. That has to be what it is. But, some of them who are administering the monoclonal antibodies are able to read patents. So that's concerning. So what is a monoclonal antibody? And again, there's a lie in this. So a monoclonal antibody is like, you take the antibodies from a sheep and you put it into your body, or another animal. They can take it from a pig. They're even taking it from humans. There's monoclonal antibodies out there used by very famous, well-known medical doctors that contain human DNA. Okay. It's mind-boggling to me what they're willing to do to put money in their pockets and to experiment on people for pharma. And so, like, okay, in essence, just like the COVID-19 injection is not a vaccine, it's a modified RNA injection. The same thing with the monoclonal antibodies. They're not actually monoclonal antibodies. They're synthetic proteins. Same thing. So we're being lied to. They're calling it a vaccine. They're calling it monoclonal antibodies. It's still experimental and illegal, and nobody's being given informed consent. And so it's, you have to, anything that comes from pharma, you have to read the patent. You have to read the ingredients. You cannot just put it into your body. Even if it's ivermectin, there's some that are good and some that might not be good. Well, ivermectin might be different because it's owned by Merck, but I'd have to research that more. But for example, Bear aspirin. Okay, Bear aspirin, NBC reported couple decades ago that Bear aspirin is inducing autoimmunity. Just a harmless little bare aspirin that they told you to take once a day. Autoimmunity? That means it shuts your immune system down. Why would you take that? But people didn't know. Of course they didn't know. They weren't given informed consent. Oh, but it's medical doctors, and we have to trust them. They wouldn't lie to us, would they? They don't even know half the time. They don't even care. They don't care what they put into your body. Or they're not trained. They're not qualified. Let me tell you, medical doctors are not qualified to treat people who are injured from these injections, this biological weapons, gain and loss of function, these programmable graphene oxide nanoparticles. They didn't even know it was aerosolized for the longest time. I talked about this. I figured it out. I didn't need to read a patent to tell me that it's freaking aerosolized, because I listened to people. I'm a journalist. I listened to people's symptoms. They were telling me, they were posting on my Telegram channel. And then I'm having my adverse reactions, and so are a bunch of other people. And then I find it in the patents. Oh, yes, it's an aerosolized anthrax vaccine antigen. What a clever little title. That's verbatim what they call their antigen for the COVID-19. It's an aerosolized anthrax vaccine antigen. Digest that. Aerosolized. That means they inject it into a person. It comes out their sweat glands, and you're breathing it, and everyone's breathing it. And this stuff is passing through the population. And we've had people reporting on this other than myself, like Dr. Robert Young. And many, even Dr. Judy Mikovits.
Let me ask you, Dr. Love,
Sure.
because you just broke down why, monoclonal antibodies are not what people should be using, for anybody that just came in here. But what about this Paxlovid? Every time I come on watch television now, it's like this freaking commercial for Paxlovid. Now, me personally, of course, I know it's just a rebranding of the jab. I mean, if you get the flu jab right now, it's still the COVID-19 jab. If you get this Paxlovid, it's still maybe the pill version of the COVID jabs. But what do you know about this Paxlovid, or have you even heard of it before?
Yeah, it's poison, and I did come across it. It's Pfizer's new. Yeah, it has biosensors in it. I'm looking at it right now. So this is a Pfizer. Yeah, it's a Pfizer creation. Yes, it's poison. It contains. You look in the patent. I mean, I'd have to go look in the patent and pull some things up from it, and specifically, but and refresh myself, because I did research it. But I know that it contains that tracking devices and things.
Because this is what they're giving the people. People will go to the doctor and say, oh, I'm having a cough, or a runny nose, and then they'll just give them one of those Paxlovid packs, or something like that. This is what they're giving out now. I know it's really huge in California, but they're running a lot of commercial. They even got a little jingle, little song to it, like if you're something down, get your Paxlovid on. I mean, they done created a little song to it and everything. So yeah, and it's funny that you even brought up that, the biosensors, because and I might play that later, but there is a clip where the CEO of Pfizer himself says out of his own mouth, that they are, and this is old clip. So yeah, it makes sense of why it would be biosensors in it, because he says out of his own mouth, oh yeah, we have this wonderful pill, and, so we'll know when you've taken it. There will be that accountability. They don't have to worry about it because they'll know. So how would you know unless it was a sensor in it? Interesting. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
they can read the biosensors can read your biometric data, and all of your raw biometric data is forwarded to a privately held corporation in Tel Aviv. It's Israel. Okay, Pfizer is Israel. They're jointly working together, and it's information, and it's biohacking. Lieutenant General McInerney, at the beginning of this pandemic in 2020, he said that COVID-19 is a biological attack, and it is also a cyber attack. And what he means is that they are hacking the genome of humans. It's an attack on humanity. And nothing has changed from that. I mean, time has only proven that that's the case with the peer-reviewed literature that's come out and studies. So there's no doubt about that they are targeting and altering the genome. And I mean, how many people, the people who are unvaccinated, tell me all the time, my family are zombies. The people around me who took the injections, they're not, I can't talk to them anymore. Their behavior is changed. They're aggressive. They shut down the conversation. They'll cut contact with you. Weird things they'd never do before. I have report after report after report. I have endless notes that I've written down from reports from people.
It's so crazy that you said that. You're not making that up. I mean, I've heard that from multiple people myself. I'm even, have witnessed it myself. I talked to one of my friends, and she sounded like she was so excited to talk to me, because we hadn't talked in a while. But once we got on the conversation of, did you take the jab, or didn't take it, and she admitted to taking it, and I'm gonna be me and share what I know. And I started sending her links and different things like that, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna call you when I get off work and let's catch up." She didn't call me, right? So then I said, okay, well, maybe she just forgot. So I sent her a text message like, "Hey girl, we got to catch up. You said you're gonna call me, blah blah blah." And she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna call you as soon as I get off." Didn't call again. So it's, I'm just like, this is just really strange. It's like it's like a Jekyll and Hyde, because most people you could just not respond, but it's like, why even respond with this one personality and then do something different, because and I don't take it personal, because I don't always call people back right away, but she's not like that, so that's why I really know it's just something going on. So I don't know if it was the jab conversation or what, but people personalities are definitely changing.
And it got worse after October 4th. I just want to say this, that it was bad before, but then these kinds of things intensified after October 4th. So when FEMA announced that they were going to run do a drill test through the smart devices from the towers, and they were going to run an emergency drill. What was it? Emergency alert system they were testing. And then there was that whistleblower that went on InfoWars and was interviewed by Alex Jones and said that, they were going to pulse the towers and activate the delayed release technology. Well, Todd Callender, the lawyer from the vaccine industry, a whistleblower, and myself have been reporting on this, that about the delayed release technologies, because I found them in the patents and I was reporting on it before he was. I was concerned about that because they can put an entire weapon system inside these delayed release capsules. So they do have timed release. Pfizer has patents that are in the EDTA capsules, the pills that are timed release capsules, meaning they are delayed release technology. And they can activate it later. And so I noticed a lot of changes after October 4th, and a lot of people getting sick, and clients coming to me and telling me that. And people who were fine all summer, who I knew were vaccinated, but they were fine all summer, and then suddenly they get sick, and a lot of family emergencies and stuff. So we've had an intensification. See, when the delayed release technology is activated, and I know this from working with clients, that at that point a weapon system is unleashed. It's graphene oxide based, so it replicates in the body, and it's nanoparticle based, and it's expanding in the body, because that's what graphene oxide does when you activate it. And so it tears your cells up, and it is doing gene edits, complete knockouts in targeted cell groups. And when you watch a person go through that, I mean, I've seen people fully lobotomized in just 2 days in front of my eyes. when the technology is activated. I've seen it multiple times. So it's like, that is kind of scary. And you lose a person, then you can't really get them back. Like, I could reason with them before, but once I saw that the technology is causing their blood to coagulate, their extremities are purple, and they're like pale white like a ghost, and they're just like scared. Their eyes are wide and they're scared because they don't understand what is happening. And when the cells are getting transfected, it's a very rapid process. It doesn't mean it happens right after vaccination or inoculation, because it's not a vaccine. It doesn't necessarily happen right away. The delayed release technologies can be in any one of the shots. It can be in the PCR swabs. But it's interesting because the area where I am is unique. This state, they made their own PCR swabs, so they didn't get the ones from China that were contaminated. So that's good. So people who got the PCR swabs, there's not really getting sick from that where I am, but they are getting sick from the injections. And
Yeah.
then, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up with this PCR. And guys, if you're not following Dr. Ariyana Love, her Twitter handle should be reflecting at the bottom. Make sure you give her a follow. Make sure you check out her blog and her new Telegram. We'll make sure we have that posted in the chat. And I believe she also has that linked to her profile. So this is where we are. We are here in this Twitter Spaces. We are talking about Disease X and the Vaxx agenda. We kind of, already went through a little bit about Disease X, and for me, basically, it's false evidence appearing real. An X marks the spot of whatever they want to come out with when it comes to another planned demic. And now we're just kind of breaking down the Vaxx agenda. So we kind of started off with some lies, things that were told to people to convince them that it was safe and effective. As we begin, and I'm sure you've already heard from some of the things that's been mentioned so far, it is not safe and effective. It is a bioweapon. It is technology, and we're gonna get a little bit deeper into that. But I also, before we do, I just want to, point out a few more lies in this pandemic, because I want people to have a complete understanding of what they lied about so that you will never forget. Okay. They told you all you needed was one jab, and they're on like 4 and some boosters now. They continuously change the goalpost. If you might have, fell for it the first time, it's okay. But at this moment in time, the data is in, the truth is out, the veil has been lifted. It is not safe and effective, and it is a bioweapon. It is here to destroy humanity, for future generations, and the generations that we're in right now. So, again, they changed the definition of what a vaccine is, because mRNA hadn't been used on humans before. But then they also lied about the numbers and made people believe people were just dropping dead from this virus that they claim was released. But the only way that they proved that it was a virus was based on a PCR test. But when you hear this video from Kerry Mullis himself and how he describes the PCR test, because maybe you don't want to believe it when I've said it multiple times over the past 3 years. I'm sure Dr. Love has said it multiple times over the last 3 years, and multiple people may know about it. But just in case somebody missed it or somebody hears this clip, you're going to hear how he describes what the PCR test does and what the narrative really is all about behind it.
Get up there and start talking. He doesn't know anything really about anything. And I'd say that to his face. Nothing. The man thinks you can take a blood sample and stick it in an electron microscope, and if it's got a virus in there, you'll know it. He doesn't understand electron microscopy, and he doesn't understand medicine. It does
Let me just rewind that real quick so you can hear from the beginning.
just total.
Okay. Here we go. Oh, you know what? I
He get
turned
up
the
there and start
volume down.
talking. You know, he doesn't
Okay,
know
here we go.
anything really about anything, and I'd say that to his face.
Get you some water, Dr.
The
Love.
man thinks you can take a blood sample and stick it in an electron microscope, and if it's got a virus in there, you'll know it. He doesn't understand electron microscopy, and he doesn't understand medicine. He should not be in a position like he's in. Most of those guys up there on the top are just total administrative people, and they don't know anything about what's going on. If Fauci wants to get on television with somebody who knows a little bit about this stuff and debate him, he could easily do it because he's been asked. I mean, I've had a lot of people, president of the University of South Carolina asked Fauci if he'd come down there and debate me on the stage in front of the student body, because I wanted somebody who was from the other side to come down there and balance because I felt like, well, these guys can listen to me, but I need to have somebody else down here that's going to tell them the other side. But Fauci didn't want to do it. I don't have to answer to anybody for money. See, I don't work for some organization like that Tony Fauci happens to be the head of. The number of cases reported went up epidemically, exponentially, because the number of tests that was done went up exponentially. I asked the first time I ever saw one of these CDC graphs that showed the thing going off the page, and I went up after that and I said, how did you disentangle did you divide the number that you've got here by the number of tests that were done? I mean, can we believe that this line that you've drawn here about number of positive tests reported, is that really indicative of the spread of this virus? Is the virus is there being more of it, or are there more tests? If you divide by the number of tests you don't get any kind of a curve going up. It's just those guys have got an agenda, which is not what we would like them to have, being that we pay for them to take care of our health in some way. They've got a personal kind of agenda. They make up their own rules as they go. They change them when they want to, and they smuggle it. Like Tony Fauci does not mind going on television in front of the people who pay his salary and lie directly into the camera. I mean, did you ever meet Linus Pauling? I unfortunately did not bother to go down there, just like I didn't go up to see Richard Feynman until he was dead. Because there were two people I wish I had just said hi and shake your hand, because you were cool people.
I knew Linus Pauling for a long time, and I found it interesting that of all the Nobel laureates in the United States and around the world, he, having two unshared, I'm not aware of any other American to have two unshared Nobel Prizes, was never respected again by mainstream medicine or science when he supported that vitamin C could cause an improvement in people with terminal cancer. And I watched all this funding dried up, even though he was one of the founding members of the National Academy of Science. He couldn't even get a grant from them. And it took him almost 14 years just to get a mediocre grant to study cancer. Even when the Mayo Clinic supposedly reproduced his results that he had obtained at the Vale of Leven Hospital in Scotland, where he and Dr. Ewan Cameron took a group of terminally ill cancer patients, divided them in half, gave half 10,000 milligrams of vitamin C every day in their life. Another group got a placebo, and there was a statistically significant improvement in people who received vitamin C. They turned around and did it at the Mayo Clinic, but they didn't use the same criteria. Pauling says, don't use people who have chemotherapy, it'll knock the liver out. They use people with chemotherapy. Pauling says, you have to give vitamin C every single day. They didn't. And so it was not the same study, yet they published it saying they duplicated his work. Then when they went to publish the results of what is a terribly flawed study, they didn't even give him the courtesy of saying, here's the results, would you like to examine it? And all he was given was a letter to the editor of New England Journal of Medicine long after the study. And I saw at that time how you can take one of the best and brightest in America, much as they did our greatest living scientist of the century, who was destroyed, Dr. Andrew Ivy. There was never a scientist who's been more cited in the scientific literature than Dr. Ivy. He was a jurist, he was a physician, he was a scientist, he was everything. But he supported Kobayashian. And he supported Verizon in a correct manner, and they destroyed him. And that's been shown. Now I'm looking at what the media has done to you, projecting you as a flippant,
Drug-taking,
womanizing person who everyone has to wonder how you even got through college, let alone got a Nobel Prize. And I'm thinking, my God, haven't we learned? Haven't we learned from Andrew Ivy and Linus Pauling and Peter Duesberg what they'll do to the best and brightest?
Well, you can't expect the sheep to really respect the best and brightest. They don't know the difference, really. I mean, I like humans. Don't get me wrong, but basically, the vast majority of them do not possess the ability to judge who is and who isn't a really good scientist. I mean, that's a problem. That's a main problem actually with science, I'd say, in this century, because science is being judged by people. Funding is being done by people who don't understand it. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people could sit down with Linus Pauling and not realize that he was a brilliant man. I mean, most people would know him from, somebody who just a little taller or somebody. Nobody knows Richard Feynman. Richard finally showed a few people that, when he said, here's the O-ring, here's the cold water, see what happens. That he at least knew that. I mean, but most people don't understand what a brilliant guy that Feynman was. There's a handful of people at any one time in the world who are capable of really doing innovative things. And usually those people turn out to care for their fellow man. They respect them in a way, although they don't think that most of the people, the great masses of people, really are going to be able to understand what it is that they're doing. It's got to, before the transistor radio, most people didn't really understand who John Bardeen was, right? John Bardeen didn't know who John von Neumann was, who was 50 miles away, who needed those transistors really bad with his ENIAC. I mean, there's not a lot of specialized scientists. You don't expect everybody to understand what it is you did. I don't expect my mother to really understand how clever PCR was. I can't explain to her. It was only a few people, that really could see what a clever idea that was at first. Now everybody says, well, it's a wonderful thing because we hear about it all over the place. But see, what I'm saying is, if you're one of these people like Linus Pauling, I'm sure Linus did not expect to be appreciated. I find the scorn of the masses to be sort of a, I mean, if they love you too much, you're probably doing something wrong, don't you think? I mean, the guys that if they're willing to elect a president who lies right in front of them and says, "I just put it in my mouth, I didn't inhale it," and by the way, Mr. President, it's illegal to have it in your mouth too, whether you inhale it or not. But somehow, so if people say, well, that was such a clever way of getting around that issue. What is he? He's a real diplomat, right? He's a lying bastard, is what he is. But we elected him. There wasn't a whole lot of other possibilities. There never is. But that's the kind of people that you don't expect them to know whether Linus Pauling would be. Linus's first paper about that business of ascorbic acid is all it took to convince me. Just the theory. He says, look, here's where we came from. 20 million years ago, we're eating the tops of green plants, the little leaves. We're doing it all day long. It's not a very rich substance. It's got a lot of vitamins in it. And we don't cook it so to destroy the vitamin C.
So that pretty much was the end of that clip. I feel like that's an important clip, not only because he talked about how Fauci don't know anything, but yet, this man was put in charge as the point guy to decide on, to push these mandates, to tell people it was safe and effective after he was known as Dr. Death in the 80s. So that was an important aspect of this video, which again adds to the lies that they perpetuated as it relates to these PCR tests. These PCR tests were false positive tests. anyone who went to the hospital, depending on how it was calibrated, you had this false positive test. So it didn't matter if you had a sniffle or didn't have a sniffle. Everything was based on these tests. And I know so many people that took them freaking tests. It's ridiculous. And it's like not just one or two tests, but 4 or 5 tests a day. And when you think about the contamination of these tests, there's a report from Johns Hopkins that they had something called Theragrippers on these tests, which could link into, and I'll have to find that paperwork, but it describes how it links into your mucosal or links into your body. But they were on the swabs of these tests, and multiple scientists have looked up, put those little swabs up under the microscope, and then they saw these little worms, or I don't know if these nano worms, something was moving in that sense. And then the fact that it goes past the blood-brain barrier, and people kept saying, it doesn't go past the blood-brain barrier. And the fact that they were giving babies these freaking PCR tests. So, when every time I think back on, never forget all those PCR tests and contaminations for those PCR tests. And I'm gonna say one last thing. Those PCR tests also help them gather enough DNA on people to create future bioweapons. Those PCR tests makes billions of copies of your DNA, not millions, but billions. I did a lot of research on these PCR tests, and before he came out with that PCR test, they would have to take a sample and use it multiple times. But after he created that, it allowed them to have billions of copies so they could share a little bit, send somebody to another scientist, play around with it. So now they have billions of copies of people's DNA that submitted those tests and turned them in to some freaking database or algorithm. So that's what I got from that video. And rest in peace, Dr. Kerry Mullis. It seems like he was on to something. He knew that they were using it for a bad narrative, an evil agenda, and he tried to speak out about it. Well, he did say something about it, but he's no longer with us. Dr. Love, did you have anything to say? I hope you got you a little break in there, and while that was playing, did you make a comment?
Yeah, I started cooking. Well, there was things I was going to say, but then I kind of forgot. I think you touched them on just really. You made some really good points, but when it comes to the PCR swab, like that was, Reiner Fulmick has published on this a lot, and the swabs was how they. Well, I mean, you can't. So we know we can't isolate. You can't isolate a virus. They're not isolating viruses. If you look at the patents, they're using it to collect DNA, to monitor the cloning process, because when you alter the genome of a human in certain cell groups, it's a cloning process, right? We were talking about this earlier about, when you code the DNA, the genome of a person with the spike proteins, and somebody else owns that patent and it's in your genome, they own you. And that was a ruling, a 2013 U.S. Supreme Court ruling that's public. I documented it. So it doesn't, but I want to just communicate that yes, people are being genetically modified, but it is possible to bring them back. It doesn't have to mean death. If there's not a medical intervention that is effectively going to work, like my protocols, nature, natural medicines, then yeah, these are lifelong injuries. I mean, some of the deletions are, the weapon system is targeting the brain. They can pass the blood-brain barrier with the polysorbate 80. They've been doing that for a long time, but they are also using SV40, which is highly toxic and unethical. And, you know, there's people who are asking, why is it in there? So they are passing the blood-brain barrier with these delayed release technologies. Oh, and you talked about the TheraGrippers. Yeah, if you zoom in on a swab that's contaminated, you can see these graphene oxide based and other nylon hydrogels. And the graphene oxide based ones have, some of them have these TheraGrippers. They're able to attach to the inner lining of your tissue and stay there. And they can be activated later, weeks later, months later, even years later, from an external command through the towers. And I've been watching this happen. I've had clients that, you know, were fine. They were vaccinated. I was fine for a year, they say. I was fine for the first year and a half. And then bam, I got COVID. Well, what is COVID? COVID is poisoning. Again, it's like, it's not some boogie virus. That's how they elude people from discovering the root cause of their health. They don't want people well, the pharmaceuticals and the governments. They want people dying. And they have to keep people ignorant, and they have to keep people like me canceled because I'm giving the truth out to people that can save their lives. You know, I work. So yeah, so the PCR swab, just to conclude, it is, there were studies, and I was publishing this 3 years ago. There were studies done proving that it produces 97.5% false positives. So it's a fraud, it's a fake, and yet everybody goes and does it. Not everybody, the majority of people. And, you know, people just have to look. In the state that I'm in, it's literally rude to ask people about the status of their health. Did you take the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, the COVID-19 shot or injection? People look at me like it is the rudest question on earth. How dare you? They'll even become offended and attack me or whatever. But I'm like, look, it's aerosolized. So if you took it, I should have a right to know. You should tell me. And that goes against you know, medical privacy and things like that. And this is why people are offended, but we're beyond that now. We're like in a biological weapons attack. And if somebody can't handle that conversation, I'm really never going to see them again. You know, like, I mean, it is their duty to be open and honest about it. We can't be hiding these things. We have the data, and we know that this is an aerosolized attack. They inject the bioweapon, it comes out, and it's aerosolized, and everybody's exposed. The parasites are passing through the population, changing people's behavior, making them more aggressive, more sexual, more erratic, and unpredictable, and changing people's behavior. It's not just genetic deletions, it's parasites. And that is exactly what happens when you introduce parasites to a society. I mean, we've never had the P. falciparum running rampant. There's 5 of them, but we've got the most deadly one inside the COVID vaccines. It's in the sequence ID number 1. I've documented it with Dr. Robert Young. He finds the things in the blood and showed them, and I found it in the patents, and we compared our notes. And, you know, I have had so many clients riddled with parasites, even from the PCR swabs. So they can put a weapon system on that swab. It's hard for people to conceive of it, but it's really existing, and there's patents on this, and they've done it. So I'll hand the mic back over to you, Valley Girls.
Yeah, you know, you're definitely right about that. And I'm trying to get that pulled up so people can see what that looks like. Wait a minute, how do I switch this over? That screen. Hold on a second. Let me close this one. And
The hydrogels and the thermometer or the contaminated swabs. I can't believe we still have to show these things. Like, I mean, 3 years now.
yeah, because you know, it's like one thing I know on Twitter Spaces, I feel like a lot of people are kind of behind a little bit when it comes to some of the research that I've done, especially the research that you've done. Like they're kind of behind.
Yes.
So there, no one's even really having the nanotechnology conversations. Like, some people might mention it, but I don't see anyone holding spaces about it. Talking to really breaking down the graphene, the hydrogel, the 5G, and how the frequency. No one's having those conversations. People
Right.
are just
Nobody.
really realizing that, hey, I was lied to, and people are dropping dead. So it's like, I feel like that's why it's important to kind of go back on some things, even though we may know it, but I feel like this may help some others move a little further along in their research, because then they'll be more accepting when it comes to people like you, that's showing them this is where we are. This is not science fiction, okay? This is real life where people are playing around with things, using technology against us. So this is just a quick, guys, and let me know if you guys can see this, if anybody can see this. But this kind of shows those TheraGrippers that we were talking about. Okay. And it says that it's a tiny device known as TheraGrippers, made of metal and a thin film that changes shape. They are heat sensitive, um, and it almost looks like the size of a dust particle, or something. That's what size they say it is. But it also says that the TheraGripper loses their grip on the tissue and are removed from the colon through normal gastrointestinal muscle functions. But this is what they're saying. This was on the cotton swabs. It's about the size of a speck of dust, as if you could see there. And that, that people could even be jabbed and vaccinated from just the PCR itself. So very, very interesting. And I don't know if is there something that you could speak on. Can people really have been jabbed or vaccinated from just the PCR itself? I know the research is showing that if you have sex with someone who's taking the jab, people are being infected. But what about the PCR test? Because according to this document, they can. Any
Yes.
comment on
Yes,
that?
absolutely. People are being so-called vaccinated from the PCR swabs. I have had so many clients, I can't even count. I'd have to go and add it up, but I've had so many clients that were sick from the PCR swabs, and they didn't have any injection. And we've had their blood analyzed, and it's got parasites. They're very sick. I mean, you know, fatigue and other things, like, because even the again, it's a weapon system, and there's many components to it. But I've seen a lot. I had one client who I've known.
It's like, and it
Yeah,
says it's a drug delivery. It says it right there. It's a drug delivery device. It's
yeah,
it's 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 locking into there. Go ahead.
yeah. That's exactly what it is. It's a drug delivery system, and they can put it into everything. They're contaminating sanitary products, women's hygiene products like tampons, pads. Always buy organic products because they're less likely to be contaminated. But there you put diapers. I found patents on graphene oxide hydrogels for the ballistic delivery of drugs and chemicals in diapers.
Mm.
So, clothing, they even put biosensors into clothing. And this is all public record. It's been published in the mainstream press. And what else? They can put hot dogs. I've seen the hydrogels in hot dogs. Coca-Cola. Well, I don't know about Coca-Cola itself or if it's well, they all owned by the same. Yes, that company. They own them. They I think Pepsi and Coke are one now. But they contain not only fetal tissue, which could be synthetic, it could be synthetic mRNA, but it also contains now I couldn't find the information on it, and I'm hesitant to like say something that I can't now find the information for online, but they can put it in, let's say, into soft drinks. They can put these hydrogels, and that contains a weapon system. And when it gets inside shampoo, soap, hand sanitizer, the hand sanitizer, I have found patents on graphene oxide hydrogels for drugs and chemicals inside the condoms that contain graphene oxide hydrogels. So yeah, there's patents on all of this stuff. If you just go searching, you can find them.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them, but I feel like it's something that they need to continuously do because for me, I feel like, the body is amazing. God is amazing. They think they know how to do some of the things that they want to do, but they can't control what God can do, at the end of the day. They can, do all the mad scientists and wicked wizard Frankenstein shit that they want to, but I feel, and that's why I feel like it's so important for people to, if you took the jab, it's okay that you messed up, you were lied to, you didn't have all the information, you didn't have informed consent, but now is the time to stop taking jabs, start taking your health seriously, detox your body, and do whatever you can to be right with God, because at the end of the day, He's going to have the final say on as it relates to your soul. Because for me, these are just skin suits. We live on beyond this dimension. Death is not the end. So, but you gotta be right, and you gotta at least accept, the damage that you might have did because you wanted to go on a trip, or you wanted to keep your job, or you want to make whatever made sense to you. It's okay to have that forgiveness, but have that ownership as well so that you can move forward. Yeah.
100% agree with you. And I want to just say that we need to take ownership of this because it's not just a private, personal medical decision that you made to take the swab or the injection. It's not a personal, private thing. It is a public interest. Like AIDS, remember? You had to disclose. They forced people who had AIDS or HIV, I think, to disclose that, right? I think it was something it was a while ago, but my point is this: it's an aerosolized system. Even Pfizer calls it a self-replicating vaccine, and they talk about it spreading through the population. That is in their pamphlets. I've documented on that as well. So, why not take them for their word instead of me? Just take them for their word, okay? It spreads through the population, and that is a serious thing. We have to take responsibility for this. People who have partook from it, absolutely, there's forgiveness. There's detox. There's reversal of the damage in the cells. I've brought people back, clients who had relatives, and my own relative too, who was lobotomized, like the frontal cortex just severed, and they could not speak a sentence. And I've brought them back because there's certain natural medicines that will do it. But you have to think in a different way, okay? First of all, we have to look at this like poisoning and not vaccination, okay? We have to change our language. Poisoning. It's poison. That's what they've put into the body. They want to intentionally kill people. Governments have done this. And this is public record. I'm not making anything up. As a journalist, I can talk about this because I've seen the data. And that's what the role of a journalist is. And I shouldn't be attacked for that. You know, even if it's not what people want to hear, they can use the block feature, but defamation is a crime. And I'm helping people. Who are you know, the people who attack me, are they helping people? Are they detoxing people? No, they don't know how. But anyway, so, you know, first of all, it's poisoning. Second of all, you have to know the root cause of disease. You're not treating a virus. There's no viruses inside the patents. It's all gain of function, loss of function. You're dealing with poisons, and you have to know how to detox that. You have to know how to chelate heavy metals, how to kill bad bacteria effectively, because these are antibiotic resistant gain of function bacteria. It's not normal bacteria. Antibiotics don't work on it. Western medical treatment, the allopathic treatments don't work on it. They've tried them all and they gave up. I mean, so you have to use we have to revitalize, you know, our traditional medicine in order to save our lives. And if people keep canceling me, the word is not going to spread. And it needs to spread, because I have figured out, I have solved this puzzle. You know, I'm boosting the glutathione levels up to 500 to 800%. I'm boosting the adult stem cell production from between 53% up beyond 60% in my protocols. I'm chelating heavy metals, and I have the best natural medicines for doing that, and multiple options. I'm using salt derivatives and salt isolates to drive oxygen into the cells in a safe way and increase the uptake of essential nutrients, of the antioxidants, super antioxidants. I'm not just using any antioxidants. I'm using the special kind that have more potency. And I have researched all of this meticulously. I'm even using diet, because when you drive up the pH, your body can detox and balance. But we have to rescue the immune system, because when you're poisoned, the immune system shuts down. The mitochondria go into a state of distress called ROS. And you have to rescue the mitochondria. You have to rescue the cells, because they're under attack. And this weapon system is designed to destroy the immune system and depreciate it by 5% each week, according to a UK government study from, I think, 2022. And so we know that it depreciates the immune system. What happens when you depreciate the immune system? The person gets sick and gets symptoms and gets fatigued and gets diseased, and eventually will die if the immune system is not rescued. So the strength of the immune system is everything. And all of, you know, and knowing how to support your immune system is critical. People don't know how to do this, but I do. And, you know, I was not taught this I went to institutions, I got certified, I got, you know, I'm trained, but I'm going to tell you that there's no institute on earth, there's no university on earth that could train anybody in how to deal with this, because it was kept secret. You have to understand how the innate immune system works on a person in order to help them. And you have to work with the immune system. You can't add more toxicity like a pharmaceutical drug. They all have toxicity. And you can't put any toxins into the body when a person is in a state of acute poisoning. It's the wrong treatment. So, and these are basic fundamental things. To me, it's basic knowledge, very basic. And I've known this, you know, my whole life, basic, you know, since childhood, because of my father. But I've discovered new things about the immune system. And, you know, our bodies have a natural operating system, and our bodies produce certain molecules. And if we are in a state of poisoning, we're depleted on that. And you can increase all those things and address every single component to the immune system in order to rescue it. It's an art, and you have to be good at it. And I am. But I have trouble getting anyone to take me seriously, because they're looking at the credentials. Well, you're not credentialed enough to be telling me this information. Doesn't matter that it's in the patents, that I've already proven it, and I'm a journalist. That doesn't matter. I'm not a real doctor. So I'm a fake doctor that heals people. Imagine that. So I'm the fake doctor that's healing them. Then what is a real doctor? One that's poisoning people or just doesn't know, just doesn't work with the immune system, because the allopathic system doesn't work with the immune system. I'm not talking about surgeries and being on the front lines in war. That's a totally different thing that I'm not trained for. But I could help those people with bacterial infections and stopping the spread of parasites and things like that that happen when you're drinking contaminated water. I know how to do that with the medicines that are there in the land. I can put together and create a protocol anywhere in the world, and I've done this for people that will detox them from this poison, because I understand the technology, because I read the patents. Nobody else in the world has read all the COVID-19 vaccine patents but me. I'm the only one, and I documented the critical things that I saw, like the genetic deletions and the synthetic, the modified RNA. And I document and I reported on it on Stu Peters' show to warn people and alert the world. And then I set about detoxing people, and I succeeded. And there's only 5 doctors I know that succeeded 3 years ago. We were the only 5 worldwide that figured it out first. But for the life of me, I can't understand. I mean, nobody's credentialed for this. Nobody's qualified to detox these things. I mean, these things, this weapon system. No one. There's no certification for it. There's no training anywhere in the world. I literally had to apply every skill that I have to figure it out in order to help people. And my clients love me. They absolutely love me, and they're giving their testimonials all the time, and they're all over my Telegram channel. 4 years of investigative research on my Dr. Ariyana Love handle. It's all there, and I've got testimonials all along, all throughout my journey, basically, of investigating this. So it exists. People can't call me a fraud. They can't accuse me of that, especially when they don't do the research. But unfortunately, especially on X, what I've noticed is that all the critical thinkers have been removed. You have a few clever campaigners left who didn't push too much because they wanted to maintain their accounts. So you have those people, you have some good campaigners still, but you have a lot of people who are not critical thinkers on the X platform. And in a month that I've been in and out of groups, I haven't heard a single person talking about the harms of the COVID-19 vaccine, talking about the technology whatsoever, or even wanting to talk about it, or even wanting to hear me talk about it. It's unbelievable to me. I can't believe it, that it's completely canceled and we're silenced. We're not allowed to talk about it. But there's people suffering. There's people really suffering from this technology. And they should know that there's somebody who can help them. I shouldn't be canceled for that. They should have a right to hear me. And then they should have the right to choose what they want to do and how they want to treat themselves and by whom. So there's a big effort to, silence this information. Honest to God, I come down hard on medical doctors. I'm sorry. Some of them, I absolutely love them and I work with them. And some of them have lost their license for using traditional medicine, traditional homeopathic medicine, things like turpentine or castor oil. And certain things you take internally that I don't even want to mention them because I don't, essential oils. I mean, medical doctors have lost their license in the last few years for actually detoxing people. And so they have to do it secretly. They have to do it from anonymous accounts. It's unbelievable. I mean, if I had a medical license, I certainly would have lost it by now. They would have come after that. But instead, because, I'm a natural doctor and natural healer, second generation. And I did train. Oh boy, did I train. I was living at an institute and getting certified in all different healing modalities. That was at a very young age. And in my 20s, I was already studying at my father's institute as well. And so you know, this knowledge never leaves you. It's like learning to ride a bicycle. You can't ever go back and not be able to ride the bicycle unless you get some brain damage, you know? And so I've always had this knowledge. I've always healed myself at home and my children. I never took them to the hospitals. I did not partake in the pharmaceutical. It's a cult to me, is what I see. It's a eugenics program. That's my relationship to it. You don't have to agree, but I wanted to express the truth as I see it. And, you know, the solutions are, I'm basically treating people for graphene oxide nanoparticles that accumulate in the lungs. This is what causes what they're calling the mycoplasma pneumonia. It is inhalation anthrax. It's the aerosolization of the spike proteins and nanoparticles. The nanoparticles, they are aerosolized, and we have evidence on this. It attacks the lung cells first and cuts the oxygen to the rest of the body, because that will reduce a person's energy level immediately. They go and they target the frontal cortex of the brain, the lungs. First, they sterilized everybody in the beginning of this pandemic. And that was by aerosolization as well. So you're around a vaccinated person that can sterilize you. Not even sleeping with a vaccinated person if you're unvaxxed. Just being around them for a couple hours could sterilize a person. This was happening. It was causing, you know, severe. All of this I've been documenting and collaborating with doctors and medical experts and professionals from all over the world to try to help solve this. But I did my own thing. I didn't have any help. I figured it out on my own, which is quite rare and unique. And I only continued to get better. I never stopped helping people and researching. And I discovered more things, that the bacteria that people are getting, these bacterial infections, it's E. coli and anthrax. Now, E. coli has already been proven by medical teams, and they, you know, they did it's peer reviewed. They did 3 independent studies, and they found that E. coli is in the lipid coating of these graphene oxide based nanoparticles that are aerosolized, that they can spray us in the air with. And they contain payloads on the external, the lipid coating, and on the internal. And they're putting drugs and chemicals into people's bodies. So increasing the strength of our immune system is critical now for everybody, because I don't think anyone can escape this. Everyone is exposed to some degree or another. So yeah, I mean, am I missing anything? Valley Girls, did I miss anything?
No, no, you were breaking that down, and which takes us right into your first, one of your first interviews that I know that you did with Dr. Stu Peters. I mean, why I'm calling him Dr. Stu Peters, with Stu Peters. I'm going to run that clip, and this will allow you some time, you know, get you some more water as we continue, guys. So welcome. We're still here with Dr. Ariyana Love. Make sure you're following her on Twitter Spaces. As you can see, I have her website up. And yeah, we're going down the rabbit hole. We're talking about this Vaxx agenda, and we're having discussions that no one on Twitter Spaces wants to touch. They either don't understand it or they're scared of it. We're going to talk about the nanotechnology that's involved in this Vaxx agenda, what that looks like, what that's all about. And yeah, so here we are going to start getting into the meat of things. So moving into the second session of this interview with Dr. Love tonight. So welcome everyone. If you do have any questions or you do want to participate, either send me a message on Twitter Spaces or send Dr. Love a message on Twitter Spaces. The chat is not working on this platform, so I won't be able to see your questions in the chat. But if you send either one of us a message, we'll definitely respond or get you the link if you want to come in and participate or ask her some questions as we continue this conversation. So, and especially for those, you know, who may be looking to get some information on detoxing, or maybe someone who's going through it or having some type of adverse reactions from these bioweapon jabs, you definitely want to reach out to her. She offers consultations and she'll be more than happy to answer your questions. I can say one thing about her: she cares about humanity, she cares about the truth, she does the extra work that no one else wants to do. A lot of these doctors are still running on the spinning cycle of Rockefeller medicine. They're only gonna do what they were taught. They weren't taught to think outside the box. So for some of them, when you've been staying in this box for so long, you don't even know how to think outside the box. I saw a video the other day where it was an experiment of these fleas inside of a jar, and he put the fleas inside of the jar. The fleas are jumping out all over the place, but as soon as he put that lid on top, he left it there for a couple days, and once he took the lid off, the fleas never tried to go past the rim, because at that point they became so used to being confined. So we are here today, this Friday, this wonderful Friday, bringing you some truth. We're going to drop it as it relates to this nanotech. Yeah, and this is where we are. So are you ready for me to go ahead and play that first clip of yours, Dr. Love?
I sure am. Go for it.
All right, well, let's get it going.
Is that playing? Because I can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
No.
Okay. Hold on a second. Let me pause this. Okay, let me try something else here. Let's do the stop screen sharing and try it again. And then let me know if you can hear it now.
I still don't hear it.
Yeah.
Can anybody else hear it?
Okay. Let me try something else. That's okay. Let me try. This doesn't make any sense here. Let me go to this other one.
So Dr. Compress, right?
Wait a minute.
Well, they're called biochips.
Now I hear it.
Okay.
Oh, this is funny. I was talking about the biochips before anybody else reported on it.
Okay. Let me see here. All right. Can
And
you
they're
hear
in
it
more
now?
than one patent. So yeah, they exist. So Dr. Compress, right? They're in the patents.
So a wireless nanosensor exists in this bioweapon shot that's being called a vaccine.
Exactly. And it also contains, they contain graphene oxide, they're made from graphene oxide, which proves that that graphene oxide is listed in the patents. So we have now proof that there's graphene oxide, graphene hydroxide, and other graphene variants in these shots. And that comes from, so far, 7 scientific research teams and scientists, including the University of Almeria, Dr. Pablo Campos, report. And they're using techniques like optical and electron microscopy, dark field spectroscopy, micro-Raman, and chemical analysis, and more to determine the graphene oxide. And then there's Dr. Andreas Nowak, and he commented on Dr. Kampra's report, and he said that 2 of the frequency bands that Dr. Kampra identified was graphene hydroxide. And it's worse than we thought. He said that these are nano-sized razor blades that cut people up from the inside. And they can't be identified in autopsies. And he said it explains why people are dropping dead. They're hydrogels. Hydrogels are made from graphene oxide, and the hydrogels are listed in the Moderna patent. They're patented under US 8415325B2. That's the name of the patent. The hydrogels, they were developed by DARPA, and get this, Pfizer, Moderna, and BioNTech developed the hydrogels for the ballistic delivery of mRNA technology. So the hydrogels contain the entire weapons system, and this, which is now being directed against the human population. So also the quantum dots are mentioned in the Moderna patent, and these are made from graphene oxide. So graphene oxide, 100% is in the shots, it's in the patents. That's irrefutable. Also, this is what I found. All of the patents mention gene deletion. So I talked about this previously, just 2 of the patents, but I mean, the 2 of the shots, but now all of them, gene deletion, it's 100%. All of the COVID patents, except for 1, mentioned that they're coating human cells with a synthetic DNA, which is known as complementary DNA or cDNA. This is because, okay, naturally occurring DNA cannot be patented, right? But the US Supreme Court ruled in 2013 that cDNA can be patented. So the Supreme Court document says that scientists added 4 plasmids to bacterium. And I already mentioned previously that the base for these chimeric bioweapons is E. coli and bacteria plasmids. So I found E. coli listed in most of the patents. There we go. There's the proof. I mean, it's just more proof. But these are antibiotic-resistant bacteria. You can't kill them with antibiotics. You have to use other means, but you can kill them. The Supreme Court ruled that modified bacterium is patentable. The judges agreed that cDNA is patent eligible, so that means a plant, animal, or human can be patented and owned if genetically modified with cDNA. So all the COVID shots, they're deleting genes, they're genetically modifying humans and turning humans into a species that is patentable, and this is according to a US Supreme Court ruling. You can eliminate the entire species of anything using the CRISPR-Cas9, or you can completely remove genetic traits in the human being, which is what these elites are now doing. But guess what? The HIV-1 bioweapon, it is patented and owned by Anthony Fauci. So he's got his hands in all of this, and he really needs to be restrained. And for this vaccine holocaust, he's a murderer. That says it causes a variant that is, quote, significantly more transmissible than previously circulating variants. So this proves that they are creating the variants with their death jabs. I found a patent for a combo kit PCR that mentions gene deletion. So imagine that the tests are also inducing these, this using hydrogels and inducing the putting the bioweapons into the brain for gene deletion.
All right. So, I mean, whoo, that was like a mic drop right there. I remember when I first saw that, it just really, really blew my mind. And, it reminds me why these people are scared of it, because it's just like when you think about it, the gene deletion, okay, the fact that they can, delete genes, insert genes. We talked about the complementary DNA, how they could be patented and owned. And guys, we're not making this up, because I think his name is Attorney Todd Callender. He said that he's fighting in the courts for them to establish, do they plan on utilizing this patent that you can own people. So there are active court cases about that happening right now. So yeah, that you said so many things. Did you want to comment on that interview you did with Stu Peters?
Yeah, I mean, wow, I have to go back
my interviews because I was reporting on everything before anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and warning people because I was seeing it in the patents. What do I want to say? That it's reversible. I want people to know that even if they're deleting genetic codes, the body can repair itself when you rescue the immune system. The body will naturally start to identify those modified cells as dead cells and start eliminating them from the body and then producing new cells. You can get your body to produce more adult stem cells naturally. We don't need pharmaceutical, stem cell therapy, which is just poison anyway, or you're getting it from umbilical cord blood or baby stem cells, and this is unethical. We don't need any of that. StemTech alone, that product, if you use all three of their products together, it increases the adult stem cell production in our body by 53%. That's all you need for the body to come back and to repair itself. So there are ways of fixing any ailment, any health ailment, not just detoxing bioweapons that are scary and hard to understand. Any disease, any symptom, anything, I can identify the root cause. Other doctors cannot. And for the life of me, I don't understand why. They're maybe not humble enough to learn. There's a few. I mean, I work with medical doctors who are using natural medicines, but they do it underground. They can't come out openly or they'll lose their license. But I respect them so much because they had to do a lot of research and soul searching as well to get to the other side, to break through. So anyway, my point is just that there are natural treatments and it doesn't even have to be expensive. If every single geographical location on Earth has natural medicines that you could use in a protocol if you know how to harvest them. So anyway, I'm going off, but it is possible to detox and it is possible to reverse the cellular damage that's being caused. I mean, totally, I don't know, but to the point where, the blood is clean, there's no more technology in a person's blood, and all of their symptoms are reversed. In the long term,
And thank you for reminding people about that there is something that you can do, and don't put it off, don't ignore it. The blood doesn't lie. It doesn't hurt to have a consultation. It doesn't hurt to take your power back, take your health back by making decisions for yourself. you know is there anything else that you wanted to say before I play this next clip of one of your interviews from
go.
Stu Peters show?
I want to see it. I missed you.
And it's amazing. And I don't know why, I guess that's a whole nother story. I don't want to, go into that right now, but, why he's not on Red Voice Media, what happened to him and Dr. Jane Ruby, what happened. I'm just like, it just seems like everybody is just like, falling out or something's going on.
I can
Yeah,
tell you what.
but I'm not going to comment right.
I know, but
But there's something I want to say, but I'm not going to say it right now. Go ahead. Did you want to say something?
I'm not sure if I should say something about it, but I know what happened. Well, because she tried to cancel me. That's what happened. And she openly on her Telegram channel called me a fraud. I think Dr. Love is a fraud. And then, people ran to me and gave me a screenshot and showed me what she said. And I was like, whoa, okay. Oh. And then she goes, get this. Not long after that, she goes on an interview with Mitch. He doesn't put his last name out, but anyway, Mitchell, he's great. And he, in front of 600,000 people live, she says to him, when he asks her about my research, she says, well, that Dr. Love called me a fraud. And I was like, wait, what? And he brought that to my attention. And so I put it public on my Telegram channel and I sent it to Stu, and he took that very seriously. Stu has ethics. He's not going to be part of lies or something like that if it's brought to his attention. But there have been people who have gotten to him about, like trying to cancel me. There has been,
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, Jane,
because
one of them,
Cause I was like, yeah, and I'm just like, I'm just noticing people like, changing channels. Like I said, I couldn't find a lot of the old footage from Red Voice Media. I guess that was what he was a part of before whatever he's on now. It's like he moved from there. So yeah, it's like footage is coming up missing. He's moving different platforms. But between you and Dr. Jane Ruby, I really wish you guys would come together. Maybe I could try to get y'all both on the same stage at some point because I mean, I've heard a lot of things that she said and talked about. I've heard a lot of things that you've said and talked. You both are both on the same side. I mean, that's what's just so crazy. I don't know if it's just, women
well,
just, sometimes women get, antsy or catty or something, but she's against the bioweapons. You're against the bioweapons. She's talked about the nanotechnology. I've heard her talking about it she didn't get deep, but I've heard her talking about it with Todd Callender on, where every time she's interviewing him, she's talked about the batches. She's talked about the bio. You've talked about. So I feel like you guys definitely have more in common that I could think of, difference that it shouldn't be no beef. I mean, it really,
well,
really shouldn't.
you want the honest truth. It might be a Jewish supremacist thing because she's got Ashkenazi blood, and they have this attitude towards me because I support Palestine. Go figure, because I like human rights and international law, and they don't. They're Zionists. And it's not to say that she's not against the bioweapon. Like I'm sure that she is, but she personally attacked me publicly. That's the only reason why I'm talking about it publicly, or I would never bring something like this up. But it happened
Mhm.
publicly, and these are the kinds of things. It's just one example of all of the my peers who tried to destroy me and attack me, and it's been like I've tried to point it out, like yeah, I mean, it happens all the time to me, but it's like what I have
Well,
to deal with.
and that's what I said earlier. Obviously, you must be doing something right if you're under attack. Because even when we played that clip earlier with Dr. Kerry Mullis, they listed a few of people that have been under attack, just as he was under attack. Just as Dr. Zelenko was under attack. So and for those that are listening, pay attention to the ones that's under attack, okay? Not the ones where they're just able to say whatever they want, do whatever they want, and they've never been shut down. They haven't lost any accounts, they got still have their funding. They're still, holding on to all their licenses. So that's what you want to pay attention to because controlled opposition is very real. And, I have seen it as it relates to this pandemic. From certain doctors, from certain media, from even the social media platforms of people doing spaces and people on Clubhouse hosting rooms. Controlled opposition is very real. I believe they definitely have infiltrated some of these spaces shows. There are people doing shows on Palestine and Israel, don't know nothing about it, ain't never talked about it, and they have 800 people in their room, and they're controlling the conversation. They're controlling who's allowed to speak. And you know why? Because they're probably paid infiltrators, just like they were paid on Clubhouse to promote the jab. So there are definitely people, it's frustrating that, it's not a lot of people in this room, but I'm sure people go back and listen to the replays. But, when you see these rooms that have 700 and 800 people in there, you better believe it's a reason why. Okay. And it's not because they're dropping so much truth. Okay. It's because it's a freaking circus, bread and circus, to keep you distracted, to give you a little bit. And some of them rooms don't even give you a little bit. It just give you a bunch of bullshit lies. You might as well be watching CNN. Anything else you want to say, Dr. Love, before I play this clip? But that was interesting. I didn't know that she was Ashkenazi. And matter of fact, I'm gonna have to think about that. Has she ever made any comments about them
I believe
peoples? But anyway, but did you have a comment before I run this clip? This clip?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up about the spaces because I've been on the X spaces for, I don't know, some weeks now, of 4 or 5 weeks. And I've noticed the same thing, that there, really isn't quality content in there. It's more just talking. Sometimes people say good things. There's a couple of groups that I like, Sam Parker has a nice group. He's working with Nicolas Cage. Or is it Nicolas Cage? Is that his name? Anyway, and then Truth has a very good group, and his is the most intellectual, and it's for people with a higher than average intelligence, and he doesn't tolerate trolling. He lets everybody have a voice and gives them a chance to speak, but then when they become disruptive, he removes them so that you can actually have a discussion. But you're right. I think most of the spaces are controlled opposition. And I'm there, trying to hear the voices from the Palestinian journalists, the media professionals, trying to get and stay in touch with what's going on the ground in Gaza so that I can, be of assistance to the Palestinian people. But it was like taking so much of my time being in these groups, but I learned what's going on by listening, and there were I came under attack. There's a group of people who are campaigning. They're from the UK, they're women, and they're raising money for coats and blankets and pulling on. But actually, you can't get any coats and blankets into Gaza right now. You can't get money sent to Gaza. So, they're just doing their own thing, and yet they're attacking me. Here I am, clearly doing critical work, important work, and they're trying to attack me and say that, I'm not a real doctor. But I have a license, so that's defamation. And it's clearly they don't recognize naturopathy or homeopathy as medicine. This is the problem. So it's like, the purpose of that is to try to cancel me out of groups so that they won't let me speak. And this is what they've systematically done. But they're stupid. They lack, they're either have an agenda or they lack the critical research skills to find the truth. They don't care about the truth. They just want me canceled. Probably they took a swab. Probably they had a vaccine, and they need to deal with that. Because a lot, and I want people to understand real quick that they're staggering the numbers. They're using the AI to generate, just like Israel's using their AI to generate their bank of targets in Gaza so they can exterminate more civilians than in 2014. The same patent holders are using the AI to stagger the numbers when they inject people with these poisons, so that you've got a saline, you've got a bad batch and a very bad batch. And when people get the very bad batch or the bad batch, you know it. You can feel it. And then the people who are fine, they go around saying, well, I'm fine. I took it and I'm fine for now. But people are dropping dead and people are getting sick later. If you come down with COVID, then that's one thing. If you get better, your immune system could detox it. But if you get long COVID, you're in trouble and you need to detox. And if you have symptoms whatsoever, if you've taken a swab or you've taken a jab and you have any symptoms whatsoever, any little heart pain, fatigue, anything whatsoever, you must detox, and I would not delay. I mean, because this technology does a lot of damage inside the body that you can't see, and it doesn't stop. You know, it's designed to evade the immune system. It's designed to shut it down. It's not designed for your. It's designed so that your body can't detox it naturally. And so you have to assist your body by boosting up the immune system, giving power to the cells. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Valley Girls.
Oh no, I mean, you're spot on. I mean, but yeah, going back to that controlled opposition, speaking out, all I can say is, I'm going to continue to try to do my best, do some more spaces to share information, but it's hard to, because I'm not on here every day. I know a lot of people have that type of time, but I don't have that type of time. I spent a lot of time putting together content in the clubhouse spaces, and then coming over here to the Twitter spaces is almost kind of like starting over again. And the way you build a network is going into rooms, speaking, and most of the time you'll find like-minded individuals who will relate, and then they follow you, we follow each other, and build it up, because the truth outshines the darkness at the end of the day. All lies will be revealed, the veil will be lifted, and people are waking up when they go to some of these rooms, and they are seeing that they're not who they say they are. They're not telling people, providing solutions, and that most of these rooms are a circus, and we really have to appreciate what we can while we can using these platforms, even though they're still controlled systems, because out of all of the other social media, Instagram, Facebook, all of them, they are heavily censoring people. Even Twitter still is censoring people as well. But you know, if as we move forward, they're trying to create things where you won't even be able to access the internet unless you get one of these digital IDs. So get the truth out while we can, share what we can, learn what you can for anybody that's listening, and be prepared, because this really is a spiritual war, and these demons that we're fighting against, they're still trying to do as many tricks as they can before their time is up. So,
Yeah.
yeah, we still got a fight ahead of us. Yeah, go ahead.
No, 100%. I'm agreeing with you. That's all.
All right, let me play this quick clip. So if you need to get you something to drink, because I think this is like 8 minutes. This is an interview that you did on Stu Peters. Again, this is taking us and building us up into the nanotechnology discussion, and the gene editing, the deletion of gene DNA, and all of these different things as it relates to this mRNA bioweapon that we're dealing with. So this is where we are, and we will continue the discussion. Welcome to the room. Make sure you're following Dr. Ariyana Love, and she is in the house. If you have any questions for her, feel free to let us know.
It's not, the sound is not coming through again. I can't hear the video.
That's pretty tricky. Wait a minute. Okay, let me try something else. Hold on. Now that doesn't make any sense. That it was you could hear it when I do it on a different screen. Okay. All right. Wait a minute. Let me get this geared up here and see what's going on. Cause I'm just trying to figure this out here. It's crazy that you could hear it on that one, but couldn't hear it on there. Okay. So let me try this again. I'm going to share.
Well, the magical new Omicron variant of coronavirus has, like clockwork, restarted this frenzy for lockdowns and restrictions all around the world. The UK.
Could you hear it, Dr. Love?
Yeah, I can hear it now.
Vaccine
Okay.
passports now. In Austria, they're seriously considering booting down doors, forcefully making entry into people's dwellings and force jabbing them. Germany, of course, is locking down all unvaccinated people. In New York City, they're requiring all children ages 5 and up to get the jab if they want to go to restaurants or just about anywhere else. Folks, remember, this is for a disease that children face statistically zero danger from, in which they're largely incapable of even spreading. That's the pattern that we're in now. The left can't come clean on the bioweapon, so they're tripling down. They're becoming more obsessed than ever with more shots in more arms. And you better believe if a third dose doesn't cut it, whatever their objective is, they'll start mandating 4 and 5 and more. They'll vaccinate newborns. They'll vaccinate their pets, their dogs, their cats. They'll water their houseplants with these shots. And that means, of course, that they'll be more frenzied than ever about silencing anyone that shares dissenting viewpoints on these shots. Dr. Ariyana Love of Finland has been one of our leading guests on the question of whether graphene oxide is in these vaccines. She's recently shared some upsetting news with us. Dr. Andreas Noack, the German doctor who claims to have found microscopic nano razors within a vaccine sample, has died just days after his most recent findings. What could the implications of his sudden demise be? Dr. Ariyana Love joins us now. Dr. Love, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Dr. Love.
God bless you, Stu.
So when we speculated, or you had mentioned that Dr. Noack had died, we heard, nope, that's fake news. He's still very much alive. You're now insisting you can confirm that he's dead just days after sharing, going public with the fact that he found these razor blades inside of these so-called safe and effective vaccines.
Right. I received the personal invitation to his funeral. It had, it had names, phone numbers, emails, personal contact information, and the location of his funeral. It's real. He is deceased. Of course, that's not for public viewing, but I sent it over to your staff. Then a source on the ground in Austria called the hospital, that'll confirm that he is deceased, and he died there in the hospital. So Dr. Noack is dead. There was an electrical outage that night, and the night that he blew the whistle, and this is evidence of potentially directed energy weapons being used. So I wanted to just mention that. And then on December 3rd, there was a video released anonymously of dark field microscopy showing the graphene hydroxide nano razor blades. And they were zoomed in all the way onto the individual razor blades. They look exactly like razor blades. It was dubbed in German, so it very well could be related to his work. That's groundbreaking. And of course, the mainstream media is going to be silent. All right, then I'm going to share some things from the patents. This is a Dr. Xandra Botha. Remember, she found those disc-like nanostructures?
Yes, of course.
Well, those in the patents, in the Pfizer patent, it's called microbeads, and in the Moderna, it was microbubbles and microspheres. They're the same thing. Then Dr. Pablo Campra mentioned nanobiosensors. These are in the DARPA patent that names T-shaped microfluidic biochips. So they are biochips. Now, I wanted to talk also about the quantum dots because this is very important. Moderna and Pfizer patents are mention the quantum dots. These are made from graphene oxide as well. This is more proof that graphene oxide is in the shots. So quantum dot is used for, get this, DNA barcoding and ownership of humans. It's branding using CRISPR-Cas9 technology. The quantum dot patent application was granted on June 8th, 2021, very recently. So they've been trying to hide this. They didn't want it public. All right, it's a marker gene for bioimaging and biotracking of humans. The quantum dots are color-based markers. They're tiny artificial atoms that are created chemically in a lab.
Who's behind this patent, by the way?
Well, I'm going to get into that in just a second.
All right.
They're fusing two atoms together. Get this. This is mind-blowing. It's like total sci-fi. They're fusing two atoms together to create an artificial molecule. So they have created a new programmable matter that can be reprogrammed anytime and controlled externally from AI. Now so this is like playing gods and altering God's creation and creating a whole new reality. Now these quantum dots, they have luciferase, which is insect DNA, jellyfish DNA, glowworm DNA. Those are all being transfected into human cells for tracing and barcoding. This is cross-species genomics. They're creating a new species from humans. This technology was developed at the Hebrew University in occupied Jerusalem. This technology is patented and owned by Yisum, a technology transfer company of the Hebrew University, and owned by Nanosys, which is headquartered in Silicon Valley, California. These two companies are sublicensing the technology worldwide. So there's 60 additional quantum dot patents that don't expire until 2030. Yisum business partners include Boston Scientific, Google, ICL, Intel, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, Microsoft, Novartis, and many more. Samsung is also partnered with Nanosys. Moderna's patents are owned by Israel. Pfizer's patents are owned by Israel. Their CEOs are both Israeli. So who's your daddy, right? These are the patent holders. They have the vested interest in barcoding and enslaving humanity and branding humans like cattle. So based on the patents, we know that what they're going to use this technology for and why they need it in you, and either by injection, masks, nasal swabs, hand sanitizer, or aerial spraying. Now, Klaus Schwab said that the hydrogels would be in everything by the end of the year. That's now. The hydrogels are made from graphene oxide. They contain the entire weapons system, the mRNA cloning technology. Fauci and the NIH funded the hydrogels, which are skin penetrating and can be disseminated by aerial spraying. InfoWars covered this. They are literally saturating human beings with the hydrogels to genetically modify them for patentability. This is the Israeli state, CCP, Chinese Communist Party, the elites, and many more. You know, they want to monitor our biometric data in order to know who is their eligible property and who isn't yet. And they want everyone barcoded.
So there's no escaping this, is what you're saying. In other words, if I choose not to go and get this shot, which I absolutely am choosing not to do, they're going to have to kill me. They're not going to give me this shot. Same goes for my kids. But I'm not going to escape it because it's in the air. It's sprayable, and it's in everything else that penetrates my skin. So no matter what, I'm going to get this computing system, this barcode. I'm going to be trackable and traceable.
Yeah, that's what it appears to be. But there's hope. I mean, there is a supplement that can repair and restore damaged DNA. It can turn genes back on. To what extent, I don't know, but it's reversing the coagulation cascade within minutes. There is hope for people. There is hope for people who are vaxxed. We have to continue to detoxify and stay on a protocol that works with our body to give us the defense we need. So there are substances that exist, and I'm helping people with that.
All right. Do you want to give any information as to where people can find any of this stuff?
Yeah, my email is metanutrients@mailfence.com. That's MEMATA, metanutrients. And I can give that email to you.
All
You
right.
can put it in the show notes.
Yeah. Listen, I don't like black pilling. I don't like saying that things are hopeless, but you're saying that they're not hopeless, right? That people.
They're not hopeless.
Okay, so
we've got my I'm working with doctors worldwide. Okay, these are frontline doctors. These are people at the top of their field, and we are getting results. Some doctors are getting results when they use the natural protocols. And so I'm guiding people to those, and I'm still researching all the time.
Yeah, because we're not going to give up. We're on Team God. We're on Team Jesus. We win. We know that. The good book says that. We know how the book ends. We're on the right team. So we're not going to give up. We're going to fight this thing like hell until the absolute very end. And in Jesus' name, we are going to win this. I mean, this is not going to happen. Our kids are not going to be ownable property by any government anywhere. Our kids are children of God. That's who they belong to. Dr. Ariyana Love, thank you so much for coming today. We appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless us.
God bless you.
All
better be on
right,
Team
that
God. You
was
better get right with Jesus. You
definitely
better fight like hell. And
an awesome interview that you did there with Stu Peters. I mean, every time I hear it, and I'm sure you know the information because that was you talking. But every time you just really just think about how wicked this is. I mean, the barcoding, the luciferase, the quantum dots, the micro bubbles, the cloning technology. The CCP is involved with this. The Israeli state. Do you want to, comment on your own interview? And I'll be showing your blog in the back where you go into detail about everything that you said in that interview. So, I just want to point out for those that are listening, those that are going to hear this, Dr. Love doesn't play around, okay? I mean, she backs it up. She doesn't just talk about it. She is about it. She's about that research. She is about that life of truth as it relates to what's going on with these bioweapons. So yeah, and I'm gonna bring up your whole article on that quantum dots. Did you want to say something while I'm bringing that up?
Sure. When I do these interviews with Stu, all of the studies that I drew the information from are linked in to Stu was publishing I was writing an article and then he would publish it to his to Red Voice Media. So all the links are on there and viewable. But what I started to do, because with later on in interviews, I just started reading the studies out loud. And it saved me time, so I didn't have to write an article to accompany it. I was able to get information out faster. But I mean, everything, I don't say anything. I don't say anything that is speculation. I have seen the facts and the studies and the papers on everything that I talk about. So, I'm speaking as a journalist. And yes, journalists have some authority because we have a reputation. Over 14 years, I have, built a foundation underneath me so that even when these troll, the infiltrators try to cancel me, they can't because I'm too credible. And all you have to do is when you read my articles, actually click on the links and go and look this stuff up yourself, and you'll find that it's there. And the problem is I think people who attack either have an agenda or they really just don't know how to do that. Don't know
And
how
I'm
to.
glad you pointed that out, Dr. Love. Yes, guys, look how much detail it takes. I mean, she took the time to embed the links into all of these different things. So, it's not blue for a reason, because I know some people just are not internet savvy. They don't even realize that all of this is embedded links to provide you further information and research on what she's talking about. Go ahead, Dr. Love.
Yeah, that's it. It's just that every single thing that I talk about, if I'm not sure about something and I haven't verified something, I say so. Or I'll say, I think it's this. But when I talk about anything, it's because I verified it already. Like that's just how I am. So I shouldn't be attacked for that, because we need the independent voices. We need ethical journalists to research these things and to tell us the truth. Because the average person doesn't have the skills that someone like me has, or Naomi Wolf. She's been a journalist for years, so she's reading and studying the Pfizer documents and the Moderna documents of the evidence, that their own studies that they were forced by the U.S. Supreme Court to disclose to the public. Not anybody can do that. What she's doing, same with me. Not everybody can do what I'm doing. That's why I continued to put myself in harm's way in order to deliver to humanity. And it's disgusting to me that anybody would attack me for that. Even if you don't understand, you have to take the time to research before you even draw a conclusion. So it's lazy, it's vicious, and yet a lot of people get misled by who don't know better. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for showing that clip. When I look at these videos that I did 3 years ago, I'm like, is that me? I'm like relearning things that I kind of forgot, because at the time, and people don't realize how much goes into a 10-minute interview with Stu. Like I would research for days, sometimes longer. And maybe I'd have to compile all of the information and the links together so that it's accessible for people. So they're not just taking my word for it, because that's not fair. So it was a tremendous amount of work. And I actually need to go back and listen to my videos again, so that there's some things that I sort of forgot.
Well, what you could do is, could do more presentations, using, a platform like this, where you're not only talking about it, but then you're showing, your research behind it. Like, guys, if you guys can see the screen here, I'm just going to read this little last paragraph on Dr. Love's blog, and it talks about, the quantum dots that she mentioned earlier. Quantum dots are used for DNA barcoding, and I want you to elaborate on that after I read this section on what is DNA barcoding, because for some people they don't even understand what that is. But DNA barcoding of humans using CRISPR-Cas9 technology. They are superconductors made for bioimaging and bio-tracking of humans. I mean, well, you kind of answered it right there, but they too were developed for therapeutic use to eradicate cancers, not to enslave humans. Quantum dots are artificial, color-based, bioluminescent marker genes. They use 3 colors taken from the enzymatic proteins of insects, Luciferase glowworms, and jellyfish. The chimeric proteins are being barcoded onto the human genes to make them trackable, programmable, and encoded. So human cells light up, enabling the NWO oligarchs to monitor your every move. I don't think people understand what this trackable, programmable, and encoded mean. So when Bill Gates makes these comments like, "Oh, we'll know if you've taken it," he means that literally. They'll know if you've taken it, because you'll have this glow in your body, either from these lights, and then yeah, I'm just gonna stop right there. But I just wanted to point that out. This quantum dots, and as you can see, she has some images of the microspheres and some of that. And I'm also going to pull up this guy. I don't know if you've heard of him, Dr. Love. Have you heard of Anthony Patch?
No.
Oh, you gotta check him out. You might even have to connect you two together. This guy has done some really, really good work. I mean, and he's really familiar with what they're doing with CERN as well. And he has this whole website, I believe it's anthonypatch.com. He has a magazine he's created on humanity, talking about everything that they've done. He has a very detailed PDFs, patents, and everything, similar to you. He's definitely done his research. So this is just a quick PowerPoint that he put together on the quantum dot. So I just wanted to show everyone, what that looks like as well. And if you want to, say anything, feel free to go ahead while I'm just, scrolling through this. But it's just showing how it's biodegradable. It's you can put it into the skin tissue, and it's like a patch, and that's what you're hearing now. I've been hearing a lot of talk about this patch. So according to them, they want to give people options. So you can do the needle, it could be aerosolized, or you can do the patch, or you could do the pill. So they want to get this in you by by any means necessary. I even heard that you can eat a nice salad and get vaccinated from a salad as well, that they figured out how to grow it into the food some type of way, which is another additive. But yeah, so here's what the quantum dot looks like there, and the micro needles. I mean, I really like how he put this together, and then you can see how it has that glow going on. So yeah. Did you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So the quantum dots were developed it's owned by the patents. The main patent, the original patent, is owned by the Israeli state, and then they outsourced it to other companies. So they developed it, and the DNA barcoding. It's hard. I mean, it's just that they're barcoding. They're writing inscription into the DNA. They can write what they want to. They can write somebody's name. They can put an email. And Dr. Carrie Madej reported on this and talked about how they actually are, because the DNA is like a book, and when you unravel it, you can read it like a book. And genetic codes could be deleted with this CRISPR-Cas9 technology, and then they can encode artificial proteins. Genetic sequences is what they are, using the CRISPR-Cas9 and the quantum dots, because the quantum dots are like rewriting the genome, and it's programmable matter. These quantum dots are made from graphene oxide, and they can be aerosolized. But it's programmable matter, meaning that it's controlled by frequency from externally. So that's where the towers come in the 5G technology, which is owned by Israel. It was developed by them. It's owned by Israel and China. And so it's an entire weapon system that they're using together. And what else did I want to say about this?
And I mean, because you've definitely touched on this, and I feel like this is coming back again full circle. I even think these lights that they're installing everywhere on the streets, I don't know if people are noticing that all the street lights are getting this like LED, like purple light going on. All of this is going to be connected to the way that they'll be able to, send frequencies and control people and monitor and track people. And I believe you even mentioned that it was the Hope and Tavon couple that talked about how in the airports they'll be able to, see if you've taken it through, some of the computers that they're using, and different things of that nature. So this is very,
Okay,
very,
so
yeah. Go ahead.
the luciferase. So as I reported on a few years ago, the luciferase DNA from the firefly, but it's synthesized, so it's synthetic, and they're using other kinds of species where they are encoding cell groups in humans with this luciferase so that it lights up under a certain equipment like
Like
UV
you
light.
have right here on your, can you see this? Are you seeing the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so this was, from your blog. So yeah, this is kind of what she's describing, guys. Go ahead.
It causes the cells, I mean, they encode the cells with this firefly DNA. They're literally getting it sounds crazy. It sounds totally crazy, but they are getting human cells to produce any synthetic drug they want to. So the luciferase is a synthetic protein from the firefly. They encode the human cell in certain targeted groups to replicate with it. And when your cell starts replicating with this new protein, it will light up like the firefly. And then you can be tracked and traced. That's what it's all for. That's what the luciferase is for. There's so many components to this weapon system that I can see why it gets very confusing. There's so many different parts, and they're microscopic or on the nanoscale. And so of course you can't see them. You have to have very specialized instruments in order to detect it in the body. But people certainly do get sick and they do feel the side effects. you know.
I mean, no one's really having these conversations. So it's
I-
just like, um, if people really understood the magnitude of where they are with this technology, by the time they do, it'll be too late.
Right.
If it'll be too late, especially when you think about that people, if you have sex with someone who's taking the jab, and we know how promiscuous society is right now. I mean, they promote, multiple partners, everybody sleeping with each other, start having sex early as possible. So if you're not even having conversations on, did you take the jab, or you don't even know if you've slept with somebody. I mean, I posted something the other day, some information from some images of someone who's taken the jab, and it was showing who didn't take the jab, but they had sex with someone who took the jab, how their body, it had graphene inside of it, in hydrogel and self-assembling technology. So I was just like, wow, I heard that, but to now see, scientists showing this is showing up inside of people's bodies, and I'm showing it right here. But yeah, if you want to, comment on that, this is a website from DF Reality. This is a Substack, and he really did a great job of just showing how some of this looks. And I know Dr. Robert Young do, but he called these hydrogel nano islands. And then he even showed the some of these like structures there, these hydrogel structures. And I'm
Yeah.
just going through this real
In
quick, guys. I
book,
mean, we'll have to, do another session, but yeah. And again, some of that quantum dots right there, these like little bubbles.
Dr. Robert Young has photographed with a spectroscopy microscope. He has identified the quantum dot. So he's proven it scientifically. I mean, I found it in the patents. Dr. Young and I, he's one of the only other experts I know that reads the patents. And that's why I love working with him, because he and I, we see the same thing in those patents and we can talk about it. And I don't know any other experts that are able to comprehend the patents. Dr. Judy Mikovits, of course, and she's very honest about it. And now she's a medical doctor who is now using natural medicines to help people detox. So I have the utmost respect for her. But there are very few people. Dr. David Martin, he's reading patents, Karen Kingston, and myself. And, there might be, uh,
Yeah, you're right about that. Karen Kingston definitely. I remember, between you and Karen Kingston, you were like the first two that I really remember who got me to start, looking at patents. So thank you both for that. But yeah, between you two, and I know Dr. David Martin, he always drops a lot of good information as well. But as far as the ladies, yeah, you and Karen Kingston really did a deep dive into these freaking patents. And again, nobody's really having these conversations, but yeah.
but I'm the only person who identified the genetic deletions and saw that they're doing complete knockouts of the genome on certain lineages on the genome. And that was terrifying to me. And so, I reported that on Stu Peters' show to warn people. And as far as I know, I'm the only person who's been talking about that. And nobody's debunked my work. Nobody can, because it's there. It's happening. And anybody who's known it, who everybody has seen how these jabs change people.
There was, I think maybe you were hinting on that, but I know Dr. Lee Merritt also talked about how these were targeted bioweapons, and I don't know if you wanted to comment on that. She stated that it affects people differently according to your race. The ACE2 receptor affects people differently, and that the least effective was those that had either genome or DNA sequence of the K26R gene, which was the Ashkenazi, which was the least effective. And she admitted herself that she's Ashkenazi Jew, and she said her husband had it. She's been around people who's taken the jab, and she really hasn't had any effects. So she felt that might be true, and she had referenced, and there's actually a journal article on it that breaks it all down. As well as everyone's how it's all broken down by different races. Have you heard anything about that?
Well, here's the thing. I'm actually the one that broke that news. Yeah, I wrote the first article about the U.S. biolabs in Ukraine, and I talked about the genetic specificity of these jabs, where they actually can target the genome of certain races, and they can exterminate, or they can, and then Dr. Lee Merritt, God bless her, we were in the same group together, the Medical Doctors for COVID Ethics, and she follows my work, and so then she backed it up. She and Maria Z did a broadcast, and they talked about the my work and the genetic targeting. So it was Russia, the Russian government, that brought this to the public, and when they went into the U.S. biolabs in Ukraine, and they gave evidence to the UN Security Council showing that that they had been developing genetic specific bioweapons, which is the COVID-19 vaccine. The technology was developed in those US biolabs in Ukraine, and it was being shipped, transported and smuggled into Europe. And so Russia was trying to expose that. And I wrote an article about that, but there's a peer-reviewed study about, yes, that Ashkenazi and the Amish are the two genetic types that are not genetically altered by this technology. Whereas the rest of us, it's Africans and Caucasians that are the two most targeted groups. So Europeans, they are wiping out Caucasians and Africans the most. We are the most targeted groups. So it's, and this was peer reviewed, and so it's legit, it's real. It's hard to believe. It sounds like a sci-fi thriller, like a science fiction, but it's real. And I think also that the aerosolized exposure, the inhalation, the nanoparticles are also coded programmed to target the genome. So because why I believe this is because there was a study done, I think it was 2022, and it was on people who had gotten COVID, sick with COVID, right? Well, what they noticed is that the frontal cortex of the brain had gene deletions. There was a significant less amount of, like, I think 75% decrease in electrical activity. No, in 75% of people who had COVID, there was a drop in, I have to go back and look at the percentage, but in a percentage of people, it was like there was a drop in the electrical activity in the frontal cortex, which showed that there was some lobotomization going on. And it was the numbers were significant. It's in my work. I could go pull up that study. I haven't read it for a couple years, so I have to refresh. But basically it was, gene deletions, you can measure that. When they target cell groups like the frontal cortex, you can measure that. You can see that there's less electrical activity. So this has got to be by aerosolization or water droplet transmissibility. We know that the NIH, China, and the Israeli state, they worked on the flu vaccine, and they enhanced it through gain and loss of function. So they were doing genetic deletions. Gain of function is like when you take, for example, a bacteria and you genetically alter it, maybe you alter, say, the B anthracis bacteria that they're using. They've genetically altered it so that it will replicate better inside the body. That's gain of function. Loss of function is when they take nanorobots and they're doing electroporation on your cells and the genome and barcoding it and, editing the genome and doing knockouts. That's loss of function, because they can either knock out or knock down your genetic, the production of certain proteins, and it has a catastrophic effect on a person. I mean, if you delete, for example, genes on the X chromosome, which they are doing in the frontal cortex of the brain, you can lobotomize a person. You can remove their sex and gender affiliation. Like they will actually start to look more androgynous. Their physical expression changes. I've seen this in clients. I've had clients whose muscle mass changes size. And their physical appearance changes because they're hijacking, again, it's biohacking and cyber hacking into the human cell. They're not supposed to do this. You're not supposed to put anything into the body that rapes the cell, that penetrates the cell membrane. That's like a sacrilege. That's like no, big no, because we have this innate immune system. We have this cellular membrane to protect us from foreign invaders, so they don't get to the genome, but they've bypassed it all, and they just want everybody to accept it like it's normal. But it's catastrophic. If you're deleting certain genetic codes, you completely change the person's cellular expression, and you can rescue a person from that. But it takes knowing how, one of the ways that they get the cells to replicate once they're genetically altered is they have to keep the body in a state of poisoning. So the body has to be in an acidic it has to be an acidic environment for the nanotechnology to replicate. This is in all the studies on graphene oxide nanoparticles. It's how they replicate in an acidic body environment. When you boost up your alkalinity and you keep it up, the weapon system will break apart. The nanotechnology will cancel, and your body expels it. I've watched these things. I've pulled these things out of the skin. These hydrogels and stuff, they will eject from the skin. But canceling them is an art, and it all has to do with your health and the alkalinity of your body, because the body is supposed to stay and remain in an alkaline state, and then your body works optimally. The body is created right with an intelligent design, and the body can naturally stop any foreign invader. That's how we were created. So this technology is designed to bypass the immune system and penetrate anyways and get into the genome. And that's not easy what they've done. It's not easy to achieve. And then they have to keep the body in a state of poisoning, and they've achieved a way to keep people alive and get their cells to replicate. And so the body's it's unbelievable what they've done. But it's very, 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 very simple, actually, how to fix this, how to cancel the nanotechnology. It's all about your the pH balance of your body and being up. And they know this. The pharmaceutical companies, they all know this. Every single pharmaceutical drug puts toxicity into the body and increases the acidity of the body. So it's detrimental when you're poisoned. It's the wrong thing to do to take a single pharmaceutical. It's dangerous. But the natural medicines work differently. You can start, chelating the metals, and getting this technology out of the body is not so simple, because again, it's an operating system. I call it a weapon system. Moderna calls it an operating system. But there's so many components to it, and they want it getting out of the body. They want it staying in there and taking over a person and being, so
Transhumanism, pretty much, is what you're saying.
what's that?
Transhumanism is
Yeah.
pretty much is what, a lot of people don't want to talk about that, but that is exactly what it is. Transhumanism. When you think about these, and they've been working on this for a while. I mean, I did some research on, I don't know if you heard of this guy, Ray Kurzweil or something like that. And this guy, he's one of them. And I noticed another thing. A lot of these wicked atheists come out of MIT too. It seems like every time you look into somebody that has something to do with this, they went to MIT. But anyways, that's a sidebar. But yeah, this guy came out of MIT, and he created some type of what they call it. What do they call it when they preserve the head or the brain, consthesis or something like that. He created a whole foundation in Arizona, and this is like over 20 years ago. He had been interviewed and did all these things where he talked about merging man with the machine. And he said that he said we were going to get to a point at some point where technology would work so that he could transfer his consciousness and live on. So he created some type of foundation in Arizona, and people pay until the technology. People have been paying up to this day, to keep you can pay for your whole body to be kept in this consthesis type coma state, or you could just pay for your head to be kept, so that whenever the technology got there, that they would just be able to transfer that person's consciousness. I mean, if you ever do some research on that guy, I mean, Bill Gates ain't got nothing on this dude. That's all I got to say. or any of these other mad scientists. I think he's like one of the ringleaders of it. But yeah, he goes back over 25 years of talking about merging man with machine. Other than that, I just wanted to point out, because we're getting ready to wind down, I do have one other clip to play from Dr. Love, which is the patents on brain manipulation. So we'll get that played, and then maybe she can elaborate on the, this quantum computer and how, how that all relates again to what we've been talking about with this nanotechnology and this operating system inside of people. We didn't get a chance to, get to the La Quinta Columba clips and some of these other things. I'll probably have to do a part 2 where I can, really get a little bit deeper into the nanotechnology, and because I have a lot of other information that I can show as it relates to that, and Internet of bodies and how all that connects. So we'll definitely do that later. But just to go back to what we were just talking about as it relates to the ACE2 variants and the ACE2 receptors and all of this, and how it impacts certain races. So this is that article that I had mentioned earlier. And as you can see, here's the Ashkenazi Jewish right here. And it's from the least to the most who will be impacted by this COVID-19 pathogen, so to speak. And it says from the Ashkenazi Jews, they have the least impact, and the most is the European, South Asian, then comes the Europeans, then comes the African American, South Asian, East Asian. So interesting there. Just want to point that out. Did you have any other comments before I play your clip, Dr. Love? All right, I guess she doesn't have a comment. So let me go ahead and get this queued up. I'm gonna stop sharing that one and then go back to sharing this other screen. And hopefully, let me see if you'll
Devon, the daughter of Valerie Robitaille. They're in Morocco. And there's so much information packed in this report. I encourage everybody to read it. They covered so many things, and they gave a presentation on Sergeant Report, which I recommend everybody watch that. But a couple of things that she didn't mention in that report was about the BlackRock AI Aladdin. This seems to be a quantum computer that is computing everybody's data. So, through this vaccine holocaust. And I think you should have her on to explain more about that. It's incredible. This is an incredible report done by Hope and Taban, the daughter of Valerie Robitaille. They're in Morocco. And there's so much information packed in this report. I encourage everybody to read it. They covered so many things, and they gave a presentation on Sergeant Report, which I recommend everybody watch that. But a couple of things that she didn't mention in that report was about the BlackRock AI Aladdin. This seems to be a quantum computer that is computing everybody's data. So, through this vaccine holocaust. And I think you should have her on to explain more about that. It's incredible, fascinating stuff. And then also they covered the MacBook, hold on, this is the track and trace, the Bluetooth signal that's coming out of vaccinated people. And it's also coming out of the graves. And there's lots of evidence of it. You can download an app in your phone, and you can monitor the Bluetooth signals coming out of the vaccinated. So this technology, it's a liquid crystal micro receivers. This was also covered by La Quinta Columna. It can turn the brain into a zombie, literally. And let's see, I've got my notes here, reading from my notes. So it's it allows for remote magnetic control of the nervous system. It was also developed by DARPA. And there are patents and examples of brain manipulation in Hope's and Tavon's report. That's why I recommend people study it. They're also using a magnetic nanopowder for 6G technology, so to interface humans with the internet. They included a couple of links that prove that they are hooking people up to the internet. And there is a graph and a patent inside this report from Hope and Tavon, and it's titled Patent Examples, Mental Manipulation. And this, I wanted to draw particular attention to this. It's a United States patent. It's entitled An Artificial Intelligence Machine Learning Perspective on Social Simulation by DARPA. And there are some images here that show how the person is controlled. And these images show the somatic cells that are being used and how they're growing inside the body, inside the brain. And there's these little, like a neural network that looks like hydras. And this is mature DA, it's called. So what these are, and they're building a new artificial brain inside of humans. And this is the proof, this is the evidence. It could be externally controlled magnetically, and the person can be manipulated. They can be lobotomized. We've talked about that before. And here's a graph showing that.
And how are they doing it? What's the mechanism that they deliver this control with?
Right. Well, they're using these, they're growing organoids inside of the body, inside the brain. They're using transgenic hydrovirus that's genetically modified. They can use parasites. They can use worms. I found all the studies. I've reported on them on my website. These somatic cells, as they grow inside the body, they become structures like organs, like they cell signal. So they can, they set up their own neural network, basically, and they can build an entire brain from scratch. And scientists have been boasting about this and getting money for this. So basically, all of my clients that are vaxxed complain of electromagnetic radiation in their head region, and and movement in their head, and something going up their spine, and things moving under the skin.
So and identified who it is that's sitting at the controls of this computer or whatever it is that's manipulating the brains of people who've received this bioweapon shot, this euthanasia injection?
I think I may have come the closest by pointing out that this technology, the quantum dot, for DNA barcoding, was developed at the Hebrew University in occupied Jerusalem. And that is, the same university where Professor Yuval Harari works at. So they own the patents on much of this technology, the Israeli state. So does the CCP. So, I mean, those are the people. I mean, would you really want someone like Yuval Harari controlling your brain?
Exactly. Would you? I know I wouldn't. That's another great interview there with Dr. Love. We have her in the house with us today, and lots of great information been shared, and she's been dropping with us today. So it's just really, really been a good conversation. I guess you must have fell off, Dr. Love. I didn't even know you fell off.
Yeah, it like bumped me off just now. That was weird.
But yeah, well, man, well, you just missed your own interview, the one you did.
I saw it.
Oh, okay. With the
and then it bumped me. I got bumped off. But yeah, I mean, it's fascinating to go back and watch myself a few years ago. I really need to go back and watch all of my interviews because, that was a tremendous amount of work and research that I did. I had to rabbit hole for a long time to find those treasures of information, and then I just made it kind of look like it's easy in the quick interview, but there's so much work that went into that, into discovering those things. And anyway, I'm gonna go back and watch all of my old videos now.
That's why I said, we should that's why I suggested we just do a quick, jump back in time and then build it on up, because, you've talked about so many things. When people question you or say you're not a real doctor, I've just provided, and we've just shared so much information that you know about, that you're aware of, that you've already discussed, that you've already read and researched, So these are the type of things that I feel, people that brings credibility to who you are. I mean, you don't have to doctor or medical Rockefeller doctor or not. You don't, this is common sense. This is like, using critical thinking skills at this point. So anyone, you can have 20 degrees. There are people out here that have 20 degrees and they took the jab. So
That's a great.
academics does not mean that you are a critical thinker. I mean, that just means you know how to turn papers in on time, and you know how to follow along and do due dates and write a bunch of essays. Take it from somebody who's about to have my PhD. So, but I still have critical thinking skills. But when I tell you some of these essays that I turn in and I'm still questioning them, I'm sure they're like, who did this girl think she is? Because, I call out some of the fuckery, so to speak, in this educational system. Every chance I get when I write my paper, just like the last paper I turned in, and how they're pushing this gender ideology now. I surely did write a whole paper about how that doesn't match up with the way children learn. It doesn't match up with their development. How can you say a child can't even understand the difference between something hot and something cold until they reach a certain age, but yet they could choose their gender at 5? That makes no sense. That's not how the brain learns. That's not how growth happens. So, sometimes I'm going to call their asses out no matter where I am. But going back to my main point, academics and degrees, and I don't care what school you went to when it comes to these medical doctors, most of them took the jab, support the jab, and think it's the greatest thing on earth. So that speaks for itself. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I never trusted the government since I was 5, like that's been my whole life. And I would, as soon as this stuff came out, I didn't trust it because, I applied my critical research skills and, I was alarmed by what I saw. I can't believe that people are still, going along with it. And, um, but yeah, I mean, look, like if somebody is a medical doctor, you have to be doubly sure to research everything that they're telling you yourself. But I'll be honest with you. I mean, I was with the Medical Doctors for COVID ethics group. I've talked with the world's leading geneticists, and imparted my research to her so that they could try to find solutions. I've been part of these groups where I have heard for a lot of feedback, and I know that hospital protocols they cannot help anybody who's vaccine injured with a hospital protocol. And I can't tell you how many clients that have come to me and said that they exhausted their life savings going from this expert to that expert, ending up with the cardiologist who tells them that the tests are fine. You're fine. It's inconclusive. And yet they're sick and nobody can help them. But, and so, like, I mean, I know people that have blown $50,000, over $100,000 more trying to get help, and no pharmaceutical procedure or treatment works. Nothing, because it's a different system. You can't treat poisoning with more poison. You can't treat poisoning with toxicity or a pharmaceutical drug. It will not work. So we have to approach detox. I mean, when I was among these, like if you try to talk with medical doctors about detox, they will laugh at you. They think it is the most ridiculous thing. And they'll tell you not to use that language. Well, I think we should steer away from using the word detox. And I mean, they'll really like just belittle you. They don't even know they're doing it. It's so normal for them. And it's not everybody, but it's the majority. of medical doctors. And so they really need to be in the hot seat now, because they've been participating in this democide. Not knowing is not an excuse. When you have a medical license, you are required to know when you are poisoning somebody with, or injecting somebody with a substance that is without their informed consent. So using a medical experiment without, that's illegal. And they are required to know this, yet they're acting like they don't know it. So therefore, are they real doctors? That's my question. I mean, there is a variety, of course, just like there's a variety of anything. But even the natural doctors, natural healers, you have to double check them too, because they're using crazy stuff. Some of the things they're using is poison, and they don't know it. And so for me, I research everything. I don't take anybody's word for anything. I'm reading the patents. I want to know. I'm going to the source.
Let me ask you something real quick, Dr. Love. We're getting ready to wind down. And I want to know, is it okay that I show your blog page that's on the redox molecules? Is that okay that I show that in the background? Okay, so I want that, get your permission for that. And then secondly, what are your thoughts? Because this is kind of a sidebar question, but what are your thoughts about Rife frequency and healing the body with frequency? Have you looked into that? I know, we got so many different things we try to research, but have you done any research into frequencies?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I like the Rife machine. You can do a lot with that. I even like the bioresonance machine. I don't need it. I don't need the bioresonance machine because I can diagnose without any instruments. I use my body as an instrument to read people, which seems to be something that's like a dying art. But anyway, but the Rife machine is a little different, and yeah, you can use healing frequencies through the body, and it brings healing to the cells. But here's the thing: when you have this technology inside of you, and we're basically all exposed to it to varying degrees, but when you take a jab,
And I don't want to cut you off, but yeah, let me clear this up for the audience. And this is just a sidebar question about the right frequency. Not to say that I'm asking her, can the right frequency heal anything related to COVID? She's going to, break down what she offers as it relates to COVID. It was just, just a researcher to researcher type question. I just was asking what was her, ideas about it and if she believed in it, but I wasn't positioning that, as it relates to COVID or anything. But go ahead.
okay. Well, people have been trying everything to try to help people, but the frequency machines are deadly, potentially deadly for someone who's vaccinated. Because when you have this delayed release technology or the graphene oxide in your body, it reacts to frequency and it will activate with any frequency device. And this is in the studies. It's explicitly stated in studies on graphene oxide nanoparticles that they can be activated by infrared light, by radio frequency, EMF radiation, ultrasound. It doesn't say the Rife or the bioresonance machine.
I'm glad you brought that up because I heard people say that if they get like a ultrasound done or some type of, something where they go under that machine under their brain, that it's triggering something. So yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, keep going because I think people need to understand, that. Yeah.
Information, because I've had clients that had the weapon system, there's the delayed release technology activated, and then it just replicates through the body and wreaks havoc. It's transfecting cells. They're really sick and getting sicker, and it's moving rapidly. And at that point, it's hard for anything to stop it. It almost like it has to run its course. And so much damage is being caused because it's exploding it's activating a weapon system inside the body. And this is what, if you use a Rife machine, if you've taken a swab potentially and a vaccine, you're going to have delayed release technology in you, and you have to stay away from all frequency devices. If you're having any symptoms, any issues in your head where you're hearing or receiving transmissions of, EMF radiation, or intrusive thoughts, or all kinds of symptoms that my clients report, you need to stay away from the devices, shut the devices off, move away from the towers while you detox. Once you detox, and you've detoxed completely for a period of maybe 3 months, then you can start using the Rife machine. And it's totally okay because your body's clean of that delayed release technology. So it's not that that those machines are bad or anything. They can be useful tools. But when you're vaccinated, you have to stay clear. You have to stay away from them entirely. It's the smallest thing can activate, and you don't want that to happen. They can even pulse the towers and pulse a frequency that activates the delayed release technology, like they did on October 4th. And so there's a lot that they can.
Yeah, I'm so glad you really addressed that, because that is really, really huge. And I'm just going to repeat it again for anybody that missed that, or you just came in or something. But if you have taken a jab, be aware of, and hopefully Dr. Love can list some of those machines or that can activate the technology if you've taken those jabs. So can you just list that again, some of these things that they should not be participating in if you've taken the jab?
Yeah, you have to stay away from all frequency devices. You got to get away from the towers. As much as you can, keep the cell phone off and the routers off. Stay away from anything that's emitting EMF radiation. All smart devices, even in the house, they emit EMF radiation, and that can disturb somebody that's got like the nano wires in them and stuff. But you need to stay away from the MRI, no CAT scan, no ultrasound, no Rife, no bioresonance, no ultraviolet light, the infrared sauna. Don't do that until after you detox. Anything frequency related, just get rid of it. You've got to use the natural medicines, which are, the super antioxidants, and the oxidants, which are salts and salt derivatives and isolates. And when you use them in conjunction, when you have when I started this, I mean, the first person I detoxed in January of 2020 was from 2 Pfizer jabs. And I just used the ASEA Redox supplement and like 4 or 5 different vitamins. And it worked because back then they were putting less poisons in the jabs, but they incrementally increased the amount of poisons, and then people are taking more jabs and getting more of it inside their body. And so it was a constant challenge to, improve my protocol constantly. And it became a little bit more complicated because you have to use multiple different medicines. And then it's necessary to do the consultations because people, it's new. These, taking essential oils orally is new for so many people. Taking salt derivatives like sodium chlorite, it's new for people. And they have to be taught how to use it, because if you use too much of the sodium chlorite, you can poison yourself. But when you use the right amount, because it's salt, any salt derivative you can use too much of it and have a poison reaction. But when you use the right amount, it's therapeutic, and it will drive oxygen into the cells, cancel the nanotechnology, and then enable your body to spit it out. And so, as there's many different components, many different poisons to this weapon system, and you have to address them all. You have to address the bacteria. You have to address the parasites. Otherwise, if you just do 6 weeks of detox and you start feeling better, but you don't do 3 months of detox, the parasites come back. When you kill off the mother parasites, her babies hatch, and they're protected in a encapsulated, and you can't kill them in the first round. So you have to do it again. You have to continue. It takes 3 to 4 months to kill all parasites in the body. It takes 3 to 4 months to get this weapon system out of your body entirely. And when I tell people that, I know I lose a lot of people. They're like, oh God, I'm just going to go use Dr. Lee Merritt's protocol. You know, she's got the fenbendazole and it's just 6 weeks. I just use it 6 weeks and I'm done. But no, it's not true. You'll feel better for a while, but then the symptoms come back. Unless you have to do it for, you have to detox for 3 months minimum to get all of it out of the body, because they're using all these things. You know, it just is what it is. We have to work with our body and the way that our body works and our immune system works. You can't force your cells to regenerate faster than they can. Okay, so like, let's say they've knocked out the frontal, the genetic codes in the frontal cortex, and you've got brain fog, like serious, and you can't remember things, and you forget what you're doing when you walk from one room to the other. Okay, and you want to get your concentration back, so you start taking, you use my protocol, and I'm giving you supplements or natural medicines that trigger adult stem cells to produce again in your body, so that your cells can replace those dead, damaged cells. But it's through cellular processes that this happens. So your cells in the frontal cortex aren't going to be able to replace and regenerate overnight. It's going to take a few weeks or a couple of months. But people get results really fast on my protocols. Like this woman, she had this rash for the last 5 years and it wouldn't go away. I created a protocol for her, identified what's going on in her body, created a protocol. 2 weeks on my protocol and the rash was gone. It's now 3 months into the detox and it hasn't returned. So, she's effectively detoxing. And it's funny because I get asked all the time simple questions like, how do you know you're detox, Dr. Love? Like, how do you know? Well, I mean, now I have a dark field microscope so we can prove it. We can look at the blood. But how do you know when you're detoxed? You get your energy back. That's the first sign of poisoning or having too much toxins in the body. You will lose energy. And then, you just feel tired all the time and you don't understand why. But as soon as you detox and you're getting those toxins out of the body, you start feeling better, and you get your health back, you get your energy back. That's how you know that you're detoxing. It's so simple. It's more simple than people realize. So I'll go ahead and give the floor back to you, Valley Girls.
Well, I am showing your blog site here, and so I know you talked a little bit about the redox molecules. Is there anything else that you want to share? Like, I'm showing right now, if you guys can see, how the blood samples are looking here. If there anything else that you want to share regarding detoxing, what they can do, or just pretty much how to contact you, and what type of just any more information on what help you can provide for those that have taken the jab. And can you help someone who's taken one jab, or can you help somebody who's taken 3 or 4 jabs? What's going to be the difference between how much help you can provide? What if they've taken 4 jabs and a few boosters? Can you still help that same person compared to someone who's just taken 1? Is there something they should look for to know that they should start to come to you? Can you add anything to that?
Sure. I mean, most of the people who come to me is because they have symptoms, because they're suffering and they want it to stop, and they'll do anything to get their health back. And so, they're willing to listen, and they've already usually familiar, with my work. But I think the single most powerful supplement that there is for detoxing the body from this technology is the ASEA redox molecules supplement. But you have to, if you're, look, just about everybody can be saved. That is the truth. I mean, in my experience, 99.99% of people can be saved. I mean, this is what these are the statistics I get. I'm detoxing. When you know how, it's all about detox. When somebody is sick and they have to go into the hospital, 100% of the time, they have too much toxins in the body and they have to detox. There's also deficiencies, but the main root cause of disease is toxicity. It could be a number of things, of different toxins, but it's definitely toxins. That's what lands people in the hospital. And the thing is that people don't know how to detox, and so therefore they go to the hospital. But they're not really getting help there. They're getting drugged. And when you apply this knowledge to the body and you detox, you get results. That's it. It's just the way that it is. There are certain symptoms that parasites cause, and I know them. I know how to read them. People tell me I've got this and that and the other, and I'm like, I already know it's parasites. I let people talk to me. I don't want to shock them too much, like all at once, because it's scary to hear that you have parasites. It's very scary for people, but we need to get over that stigma. It's easy to take care of parasites, very easy. And this knowledge used to be prevalent. It used to be, homeopathy was the medicine of the land in America 100 years ago, not the Rockefeller medicine. It was homeopathy. If you look in history, they had big cathedrals where homeopathic medicine was administered. What were they doing in those clinics? How were they healing people? Well, when somebody gets sick, 99% of the times it's connected to parasites. It's almost always the case. Anyway, if you want to help somebody achieve health, you need to detox the parasites too. 100% of the time. If you want to achieve health, that's just the way it is. And that's how it was 100 years ago. If somebody went into the clinic sick, most of the time it was parasites. So they treated people for parasites. They used turpentine, which comes from the bark of the pine tree. And it is the best thing, the single best natural medicine for the first initial die-off, for the quickest die-off of parasites. Then you have to continue detoxing to kill all the babies and so on. And you do that with pine needle oil. I mean, it's simple. And you just use these medicines and you use them together and they work. And it's that simple. Essential oils are the best thing for killing parasites. It's so smooth. I take my clients past the Herxheimer reaction. They have no problem. It's very comfortable, even when they're infested. I've had clients infested with parasites. You can't believe it. And the medical doctors don't even want to help them because they don't know how. And I've been able, I'm helping people like that. So
Can you tell the people
Yeah.
what is a parasite and where does parasites come from?
Oh, that's a great question. Oh, wow. Okay, so historically, parasites, there were 7 different parasites that would live in our intestines that we got exposed to from our environment. 7 different parasites only, and they only dwelled in the intestines when they were inside the body. And they have 7 different cycles. Parasites have cycles, so that's why it takes time to eradicate them. There's no way around that. So we used to be able to use wormwood and black walnut and things like that and do an intestinal parasite detox, and you can get rid of the parasites in your body. Nowadays, because of pharma and government, they're injecting through the sequence ID number 1 through the vaccines. They're putting parasites into the body. They're genetically modified parasites. They're exotic parasites. You're talking about the T. gondii, the P. falciparum, the Trypanosoma cruzi, and many more toxic, deadly, exotic parasites that should not be in our bodies. They should not be, we're not used to having them in the West. So And we're finding them. I mean, I'm finding them in people's blood. Dr. Robert Young and others are finding them in people's blood. There's no doubt about it that they're using them. And they're attacking the P. falciparum attacks the liver and weakens the liver. Now, these GMO parasites, they can put genetic markers on them, tags, so that they can actually go to they can send them to any place in the body that they want them to go. They can send them into the brain. They can send them to attack the heart. They can send them to attack the liver, wherever they want, reproductive organs, frontal cortex, wherever they want these parasites to go. And the parasites are also carrying, the modified RNA. So the parasites are part of the operating system, and the patent holders and the government want these parasites to take up root in the body and take control over the body and change people's behavior. Like, if you research what parasites cause, like, okay, so now we have these new genetically modified parasites that can travel and live all throughout the body, even the brain. Okay, which we never had this before. They're pulling worms out of people's brains. First ever in medicine, pulling a living worm out of somebody's brain. And we never had these issues before the vaccines, before these injections. So now we have these parasites that are deadly, and they're dwelling in all parts of the body. How do you kill them? You can't kill them with black walnut and the things we used to use to detox in the gut, parasites in the gut, because black walnut, you can only use it for about 2 weeks, and you have to stop because it will be too taxing on the liver. So how do you kill parasites that are traveling through the body? Well, you use medicines that can travel through the interstitial fluids as well and be accessible to your cells and to all parts of your body. And that would be essential oils. Essential oils have been literally canceled, but it is the most powerful medicinal application of these medicines, like the way to apply it to the body for the greatest uptake in the cells. And that's critical, because you take things through the digestive system. You swallow a capsule. It takes a long time to break down. It can't, those nutrients cannot penetrate your cells. And your cells need to have those nutrients to produce energy, to repair themselves, to have power to detox. I mean, and so we have this issue where the old methods of medicine, of naturopathic medicine, which is preventative medicine, they're just not working. It's not able to work. And of course, allopathic medicine doesn't know anything about this. So how you apply medicines to the body and understanding what the immune system needs, especially in the face of such overwhelming toxicity and poisoning, you really have to, it's an art, and you have to have this knowledge to be able to rescue the immune system, which is critical, because the body will do the work itself. Once you rescue the mitochondria from the ROS, then your body is starting to balance everything. It starts to go about, the replication of these modified cells with the modified RNA. It stops. It cancels. And then your body starts to identify those cloned cells as dead cells, because they cannot be salvaged. They cannot be repaired. And then the cells that can be repaired, my protocol goes about repairing damage to the DNA, turning genes back on, restoring, the organs, the brain cells, the nerve cells in the brain, in the body. I'm focusing on all of these components that are necessary to bring a person back. And to date, nobody knows what I know. Nobody understands what I'm doing. I'm the only person in the world doing this. And the naturopathic doctors that figured out a way to detox the COVID-19 jabs from the beginning, myself included, we all have a different method. except Dr. Peggy Marienfeld and I, we use the same things, basically. We just gravitated to the same things. We're both good at research, and you know, she uses and I both use the ASEA redox, but then we use the sodium chlorite too. She's using CDS. I use just sodium chlorite. And it's like our protocols vary just a little bit, but hers and mine are really like almost the same. And we found these medicines, natural medicines, on our own with our own research. So there are a few, very few methods for detoxing. It's very difficult, and this is why doctors have not been able to figure out how to do it. And especially if a medical doctor is in their own box and not thinking in terms of natural medicine, in terms of detox, in terms of diagnosing and treating parasites, in terms of, you know, bioweapons. If they're not thinking in these terms and they're thinking in terms of a virus, we're lost. They're not going to come up with a method, because that's not going to work. It just doesn't work, and we've proven that. Dr. Peter McCullough is a great example. He tried everything in the allopathic system. He was trying steroids. He was trying a multitude of drugs and monoclonal antibodies and now he's on to nattokinase, which is still also has recombinant proteins. It's still poison. So it's like he's trying all pharmaceutical approaches and they're not working. They're not effective enough. So, you know, where his protocol might take 6 months just to start working, that's what he said publicly. It takes 6 months for his protocol just to start working, but it takes 3 months for my protocol to complete the detox. And I keep my clients on an additional 1 month. So I have them detoxing for 4 months to be thorough, because I don't want this stuff coming back. I want them thoroughly detoxed. So basically, my clients achieve detox in 3 months, complete detox, where all their symptoms are gone, basically. Sometimes in certain cases, they linger a little longer into the 4th month, but after 4 months, it's gone. Everything's gone. That's all it takes when you have an effective protocol. And I mean, I know that may even sound like a long time, but people get results right away. They might get results in the first few hours, few days, couple of weeks, 2 months. It's different for everybody, depending on the amount of toxins that are in the body, the amount of parasites. It depends on what people are dealing with. People are dealing with different things. They have changed up these jabs. None of them are the same. They have different embodiments, and they specifically state that in the patents. So that is one way that they deceive people, is by staggering the numbers so that not everybody has the same experience. And then it's hard for somebody that doesn't have adverse reactions to believe somebody who does. That's a divisive approach. You know, this is a divide and conquer kind of a thing, so that everybody's divided on this point. But me, for 3 years, I developed my practice 3 years ago, and that was to see if I could detox people, and I succeeded. And so I have been detoxing people for 3 years. I've seen a lot of things. And so what I read in the patents gets confirmed by people's testimonials and their personal experiences. And they vary a lot. Some people have the L-hydrogel and their muscle mass gets smaller, and they lose the ability to even work out or anything. And then other people have, you know, the parasites, or, you know, there's different things. They're really doing different things with these jabs. Yeah.
Well, I know we're winding down. I know it's getting late. I don't know how much time you have, but and if anyone has any questions, again, you know, either send me a message in the chat on Twitter Spaces, or you can send Dr. Love a message with a question, and we can get your question answered. But because, you know, I didn't even get to play some of your other most recent interviews, but you know,
Well,
we can always circle back and do another show. But you know, because I'm all about your time. But if I did have to ask another question, you know, what would you say about transmission? I know we've talked about it before, but it never hurts to keep educating people. So what can you say about transmission and shedding if you're someone and you're living with someone, a family member, husband, wife, child, whatever, you're living in the same household with someone who's taking the jab? um, can they shed that bioweapon onto you? Can it affect your personal immune system? And should they also detox?
Okay, yeah. So when you live with someone who's vaccinated, um, if they did not get it depends on what they got. Because I've known some vaccinated people where I can't smell the spike proteins from them, but then, they'll get sick later or something. So there's all kinds of variations. But when you live with a vaccinated person, yeah, it transfers. It all transfers. I mean, it's aerosolized, it's water droplet transmissible. This is, I've documented this. And so, yeah, the parasites transfer. And yeah, there have been scientific studies done where children who visited like vaccinated grandparents, um, they came back with nosebleeds and their blood was coagulating and they ended up in the ER. And I've known doctors whose children this happened to. And, they didn't believe in the shedding before, but then they after that, they started to realize that it's true. And so, yeah, we have evidence showing that graphene oxide, in a household where somebody's not vaxxed, the graphene oxide will transfer to the unvaccinated and it shows up in their blood. And of course, the parasites transmit. They're easily transmissible. So, the solution is not necessarily to isolate. I mean, you need to isolate. I wouldn't let anybody under 4 years old be around a vaccine or a relative, because their immune system is underdeveloped and they're the most susceptible to injury. But I isolate. I can't really spend time with vaccinated people or I get sick. And I have to then spend my time detoxing. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to be exposed. So I isolate and I minimize contact as much as possible. And I have a few friends who are unvaccinated. So,
Yeah.
but one of the things you can do is, you can stay on a protocol. There's certain natural medicines that you can use, the essential oils. And if you keep them in your body every day, it's essential food like the pine needle oil. It's It's a superfood. It's one of the world's top superfoods. And the pine has incredible power, but it is the best thing for killing parasites. And if you're taking, you have to start with a lower dose and work up to a higher dose. But if you're taking around, you work up to 30 drops a day of essential pine oil, and it has to be good quality. You can't cheat that. um, then you've got these medicines in your body circulating. The parasites aren't going to stay in your body. They're going to flee. They're going to go right back out. So that's one way that you can walk around with an antidote in your body and you'll be better off. I can't say that it like completely, it all depends on the strength of your immune system, how much of the toxins you're able to tolerate, total, and your genetic type, because we know that they're targeting the genome of certain ethnic groups more than others. So there's a lot of different variables, but yes, you live in a house with a vaccinated person, you are getting that technology in your body. And one way that you can prove it is to do a live blood analysis and look at what's going on in your body, or just take a look at the symptoms you're having. I know all the symptoms. I've heard them all, and I can identify things very quickly. Um, but I
Yeah,
reported.
and I'm glad you
Go
you
ahead.
touched on that. And I just want to say one quick thing
Sure.
about that. the shedding thing, and and I almost want to say that even animals can sense something is wrong, because anytime someone who has come to visit me, because my cats are really friendly, they love to get some to be rubbed on. They don't care if you're a stranger. But if someone came over that took in the jab, my cat won't even come in the same room as that person. He would literally stand at the tip of the room and just stand back, and they'll be like, oh, holding their hand out, and he'll just look at you like, you're something ain't right about you. So I feel like animals definitely have some type of instinct. And I have also heard that people who have taken the jab that have pets, their pets are getting sick. And that's another conversation that people are not having. Their pets are being affected by the shedding as well. But go ahead. Did you have something else you were saying?
Yep. I know I've had reports from people of pets dying, pets going in and they're just discover the blood is coagulated, or they spit up blood clots and they pass blood clots. I mean, these are dogs, animals. I've even in the beginning, do you remember when with some owners who were vaccinated, the animals didn't recognize them and would growl at them, like with some people. Like there were reports of this. I think it was Dr. Christiane Northrup was talking about that. There's, animals they can smell. They can probably smell the spike proteins like I do, because I have a nose like a bloodhound. Um, yeah. But yes, there are several different factors causing the blood to coagulate, and it's aerosolized. So the graphene oxide causes blood to coagulate. Synthetic venoms that they're using cause the blood to coagulate. And then also anthrax, which is the antigen. So it's aerosolized, and that's causing the blood to coagulate. There's multiple poisons that are contributing to the blood clotting. And they can all be detoxed and reversed, with natural medicines.
Thank you definitely for chiming in on that. And you're definitely right about the animals and the blood clotting. Yeah, because I remember that's exactly what my friend said happened to her dog. Like these clots was just coming out the dog, and they couldn't figure out what it was. And she said how she had to spend like $10,000 on taking her dog back and forth, because they couldn't figure it out. And guess what they ended up giving the dog that made him feel better? I think it was
What?
ivermectin.
Oh.
I mean, after all these different things they were trying, then they ended up
Mhm.
giving them ivermectin. So that's pretty trippy.
Well, that
Um,
would take care of parasites.
but I don't know what happened after that. I haven't talked to her in a while, but yeah, I remember she sent me pictures of all this blood just coming out of the dog's anus, which was
Mm.
really kind of disgusting. But yeah, and I was just thinking to myself, because she doesn't get it. She's one of those ones. She thinks the government loves her, and they're here to love and support and take care of the people, which makes no sense to me. If anybody has ever read history, um, you
Yeah.
would know that these people don't love you. You would know
Right.
that it doesn't matter who the president is. The president is not going to save you. Okay. You have to save yourself. But thank you so much, Dr. Love, for being here. I could keep talking and talking. And that's why I love, talking to you,
There's,
because we had some great conversations.
yeah.
We're definitely going to have to do another session, because there are just so many other things, some other interviews I want to cover. And guys, just letting you guys know that's listening, I definitely will be scheduling another show, because I want to go through some data, read some of these VAERS reports, so you can hear in real time, things that have happened to people, hear from some of these whistleblowers. And Dr. Love, also, I didn't tell you, I talked to Dr. Stuckelberger the other day, and she agreed to come back on as well. So I'm sure she has some new insights on what's going on out there in Davos with all the wicked wizards walking around in the CIA headquarters under Lake Geneva. So I definitely want to get her back on as well, so she can give that updates. And I want to hear what she has to say about CERN, because I know she has some insights on that too. But Dr. Love, you're so amazing. Is there any last comments that you
Yeah.
want to share? Make sure you tell everyone all the ways that they can contact you. Even though I know we shared your blog, and we talked about your Twitter handle, but anything else you want to share with the world right now, feel free.
Okay, so yeah, so the aerosolized anthrax, which is the antigen in the COVID-19 injections, that is what is causing hemorrhaging. So anthrax causes bleeding. That's what they were going to stage the that is what Marburg is. It's anthrax, and that's what was in the delayed release technology. So I think they were gonna stage a Marburg pandemic, but that didn't work. So they're using the X disease, right? Like whatever. They just create, they use different, they change the names. So, if you're having GI issues or any kind of bacterial infection, understand that antibiotics do not work. This is an antibiotic resistant anthrax. So you have to treat it with essential oils, things that kill bacteria. But, a different kind of, you have to use natural medicines and apply it to the body appropriately in order to get results. So there's that. And then I also just want to tell people where they can find me. So I just recently had my website hacked and taken down. And also I lost my Telegram channel. So I had like 12,000 followers, but the Telegram channel is still there. I'm just not able to access it. And you can find all of my research for the last 4 years at the handle at Dr. Ariyana Love, my name. And then my new Telegram channel, I have a new one, and that's at Dr. Love Ariyana. So you can find me there. It's the same handle as my X account at Dr. Love Ariyana. That's my new Telegram channel. And people can find me there. I do have my contact information pinned on my Telegram channel to make it easy for clients to get back in touch with me. And I guess that's it. My email and my phone number, it's there on my Telegram channel. So people are welcome to contact me. I want people to know that communication is the most important thing. So I don't want there to be any barrier between contacting me, because as soon as I talk to people, I'm giving the solutions, and they hear that and they see that, oh wow, I really, I do know what I'm talking about. I do know how to recognize things and help people. So I welcome people to call me. Like, I don't charge for 15-20 minute phone conversation. um and then we can set up. I do prefer, I do require an initial consultation so that I can get the information from people and have a full picture of what a person is dealing with. um, Many times somebody might write a message to me telling me what their health complications are, but then when we do the consultation, other stuff comes out that they don't think is important, but it's really important. And so the consultations are critical. And then what I do after that is I customize a protocol. I have some basic protocols, but then I may make changes to it depending on the a person's individual circumstances. So that's how I do it. And then after that, I'm available. So it's really like the consultation fee. It's really like a retainer fee. And then when people need me, if they have any questions about the protocol or any issues whatsoever with it, I'm there for them to get them started on it, and I'm not charging any additional fees for that. It's I'm quite fair. I mean, if someone's taking up too much of my time, I might say suggest another consultation. But really, I'm giving, also protocol support through that initial retainer fee. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
And you know what, Dr. Love, I
Huh.
think I might have caught, I don't I don't know by me doing this live stream, because I know when I set up the spaces, it's like, over 30 people had accepted it, but a few people messaged me and said that they didn't see us in this live space. Like, so I don't know if it connected or if it you know, overrided the other spaces. So maybe that caused people to not see it. But I mean, yeah, you would have had to look at the top, because I believe when
Oh,
you live stream this way, it shows in pink. I don't know if you've paid attention, like when people do spaces now, if they're live streaming, it's like in a pink color, and then all the other spaces are in blue. So that could be why it's not showing that we have a lot of people here,
I
because
think that's what happened.
yeah.
I couldn't get into this. Like, okay, I came into the link that you gave me, and then it wouldn't open, so I had to like open a new browser in order to come in. Very kind of weird things going on.
Mhm.
So I'm not in the X space. I'm like in a different browser, and then therefore I can't see the audience.
Yeah.
So
So
next
it's
time.
like, yeah, because I'm like, I'm looking at it on my phone. It's almost looking like
Mm.
it didn't even, like it's still scheduled, but yet when I can see us at the top, streaming with the same title. So, pretty tricky there. Um,
Whoa.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe because maybe once it ends, we'll see. But I know
Sure.
it's gonna show up, as a recording on Spaces. So I don't understand how that works. I'll keep you posted on it. But maybe that could be why, because yeah, people had accepted to be here, but they'll just definitely have to come and check out the recording. But thank you so much, Dr. Love. I mean, you were awesome, awesome, awesome. Full of information as usual. Always dropping bombs, sharing everything that to keep people informed, and to let them know what they can do to get their health back on track. It's not over. Don't give up. Don't beat yourself up. You were lied to, but hold yourself accountable. Do the right thing, because it doesn't matter about the past. What matters is what you do moving forward. And I just want to tell everybody again, this is definitely a spiritual war. Um, Historical times. Do everything that you can to be on the right side of history. And somebody messaged me about the spiritual aspect, which we didn't even get into. But yeah, I'll definitely again do another show. I didn't even get into the whole beast system. What is that about? And we cannot buy or sell. Devok, COVID in Hebrew spelled backwards is Devok, which means to be possessed.
Mm.
AI 19. I mean, I can go deep too, spirituality, numerology, a bunch of things. But we are winding down. Much love. I got Dr. Ariyana Love's Twitter handle scrolling at the bottom. Make sure you find her, follow her. We will be back again. And I hope you do kind of like this platform where you could kind of see it. So I just want to, play around it. So sometimes you can have a discussion, and then sometimes you want to show some stuff. So I guess it depends on what information you're trying to get across. But I hope you have a good night and a good weekend. And keep me posted. We got to schedule us another show. And
Yeah. Thank you so much, Valley Girls, for showing those videos and stuff like that. It it really picked me up after being targeted on the X platform by infiltrators. It sucks to be treated that way, and then this just lifted my spirits. So thank you so much for this.
Well, yep, you're doing the right thing, and that's all that matters at the end of the day is your heart. So we do what we can. Many are called, but only a few will be chosen. So yeah. All right. Well, thank you for telling me that it was not playing. Well, I'm up here thinking the outro is just rolling, and it is not. But thanks everybody for coming on in, and thank you, Dr. Love, for sending me that message, because I surely did think it was playing, but I'm still figuring all this out. So thanks everybody again for being here and all of your patience and everything that's been happening today. Dr. Love, I really appreciate you. And we are going to continue this conversation. If you guys enjoyed this stream, make sure you follow me so that when I set up the next one, I'm going to keep bringing you good content as thorough as I can, as much research as possible so that, and you're more than welcome to join and participate in the conversation as well. So now let me go ahead and try this again, roll this outro music, and we are out. Comply with the institution's sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. We will not comply with the institution's sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. The revolution won't be televised. Government been telling lies. If you're not with us, you gotta step aside. Witnessing the genocide, everything is centralized. The food that we consume and they spraying it all with pesticides. Easily identify the sheep and the snake, the real and the fake, giving us a reason to pray. I'ma make my own choice. It's a voice for the voiceless. They trying to destroy us, avoiding the poison. It's all pointless if you don't have a purpose. If you read the verses, you'll know who we versing. Government can tell you what your worth is. Look deeper than the surface. They don't even want you researching or asking questions. We all being tested. Shut your mouth, they comply, that's the message. Want you to rest on prescriptions that mess with your head, got you stressing, suppressing expression. We will not comply with the institution's sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. We will not comply with the institution's sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. Keep the money, I would rather have my soul. They want power and control. This their number one goal. All my friends turn to foes. Look how easily they fold. Even Nazis say they were doing what they told. Walking down this road all alone in the cold, but my soul never sold. I'm exposing the clothes. God has chosen this road. All of those who oppose want me hopeless and broke like I'm low on boats. I'm just trying to tell them all about the flood.